Chapter 398, Heading to the Lost Forest. Alright, you can cultivate in peace. I won't disturb you anymore. When I reach that realm, I'll treat you. Li Lingtian's expression did not change at all as he looked at He Lin. With a thought, the holy demon ring was activated. A ball of black light swallowed He Lin. When He Lin appeared again, he was already inside the holy demon ring. Although there was no powerful demonic qi inside, one could cultivate. It was a quiet place to cultivate. Although there were items like magical crystals in this place, Li Lingtian was the master of the place. He could divide the place into countless smaller areas so Black Qilin would not be able to touch his items. After cleaning up Black Kirin, Li Lingtian returned to the war god in a flash. Congratulations, young master, for obtaining the ancient divine beast, Black Qilin. Everyone was overjoyed but not envious. This was because by being with Li Lingtian, they would grow stronger as Li Lingtian grew stronger. He did not expect that this disaster would turn into a good thing. Such a good thing was definitely heaven-defying. However, they all understood that if it was in front of them, they would definitely not be able to survive such a calamity, let alone subdue this He Lin. Only a heaven-defying person like Li Lingtian could turn a bad thing into a good thing. In this world, there were laws and the laws were only applicable to ordinary martial artists. However, in this world, people differed from person to person. Li Lingtian was one such person. It's nothing. We don't know the situation yet. Let's pretend that this matter never happened. Li Lingtian waved his hand before returning to his quarters at the top and standing beside Huangfu Yuyan and the others. He did not want this matter to spread. After all, it was too shocking. You are injured. Huangfu Yuyan looked at the bloodstain on Li Lingtian's lips and took out a silk handkerchief to help wipe it away gently. Li Lingtian's divine consciousness had been reflected earlier, which had shaken his mind. That was why he was injured. He had to take care of his injured divine consciousness or he would not even have a chance to retaliate if he were to encounter a powerhouse. Big brother, how are you? Husband, are your injuries serious? Ling Tian's divine sense is injured. He needs to recuperate first. Should we stop the war god first and wait for you to recover before heading to the lost forest? Ge and the others asked in concern as they surrounded Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian's face cracked into a smile. The few peerless beauties around him were pleasing to the eye. Moreover, his concerned look at this time made him feel warm and happy. However, he also had a greater responsibility. It's fine. I just need to recuperate for a period of time. However, we do need to find a place to stop the war god and hide it. I can go into the lost forest alone. Li Lingtian pondered for a moment before he sent a voice transmission to Yifeng to hide the war god. He had to hide the war god so that no one would be able to trace the war god. Then, he would look for a sea area or a place to hide the war god. He would hide the war god in the area closest to the lost forest. It's not good for you to go in alone. Tang Qingyue looked at Li Lingtian and said earnestly. I'll just take little white and Long Da with me. With the gorilla demon by my side, no one can threaten me. Li Lingtian said seriously. It was impossible to use the war god in the lost forest. If he were to use the war god in there, it would be too conspicuous and attract the attention of the powerful demons. That would be a fool. Lingtian, I'll go in too. This way, I can take care of your life. Tang Qingyue looked at Li Lingtian with anticipation in her eyes. She was yearning for something. That's fine too. That's all for now. You guys continue. I'll go back and recuperate. Li Lingtian pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. He then turned around and headed back to his room. 1 foot 11 inches help you. Shun Mei watched Li Lingtian leave and quickly followed him. She and Li Lingtian had cultivated the dual cultivation cannon. Although their cultivation levels could not be used at the moment, they would definitely be of great help to Li Lingtian in healing his injuries. As she followed, a series of laughter rang out from behind her. Shun Mei turned around and made a funny face. She wasn't afraid of these sisters laughing at her anymore. After entering the room, Shun Mei unbuttoned Li Lingtian's long robe and mixed a bowl of fragrant tea for him. She then fed it to Li Lingtian before sitting on the chair opposite her. As Li Lingtian was trying to recover his divine consciousness, he could not perform dual cultivation. He could only wait for Li Lingtian's divine consciousness to recover before stabilizing Li Lingtian's injuries. Eye of the Divine Soul. After calming himself down, Li Lingtian sat cross-legged and activated the Eye of the Divine Soul. He quickly used the Eye of the Divine Soul to condense his divine consciousness and repair his injured divine consciousness. Again and again, again and again. After an unknown amount of time, Shun Mei had already fallen asleep on the chair. In the following days, Li Lingtian and Shun Mei's cultivation base rose rapidly as they cultivated together. During the day, he would cultivate skills, study cultivation techniques and alchemy techniques, and refine treasures. At night, he would cultivate with Shun Mei. Li Lingtian was in Huangfu Yuyan and Qingling's room after his injuries were healed. He was heading to the Lost Forest and he did not know how long it would take for him to return. Naturally, Huangfu Yuyan and the rest could not follow him in. 2 months had passed. The war god had been flying in stealth, as if it had completely disappeared into space. In the end, the war god entered a sea area. Along the way, Li Lingtian brought Tang Qingyue, Xiao Bai, and Big Dragon out of the war god. Ling Tian, the Lost Forest isn't far away, right? Tang Qingyue's fair hand was holding Li Lingtian's arm. They looked extremely intimate and did not seem distant at all. It was as if they were lovers. On the other side, Xiao Bai was holding Li Lingtian's hand. Li Lingtian enjoyed the company of 2 peerless beauties on his left and right. Longda had been following behind, but his divine sense had been extending out. As long as there was a slight movement, he would launch a destructive blow and nip the danger in the bud. Now, Longda was wholeheartedly following Li Lingtian without any other thoughts. Deep down, he admired and respected Li Lingtian. His cultivation had also risen from the first level of the 7th step to the second level of the 7th step, making him extremely excited. Li Lingtian had also said that he would be able to transform into a true dragon after some time. There's still 1 more day before we reach the Lost Forest. Li Lingtian nodded. As they flew, many warriors were heading toward the Lost Forest. Although they didn't know if the Kanglan building had obtained the Dragon Soul Jade, countless experts had seen the movements of the Kanglan building. The experts of the Kanglan building rushed to the Kanglan building together, which naturally aroused the suspicion of others. As a result, the experts of the Azure Continent and Serenity Plains secretly rushed to the Lost Forest to investigate. The war god was flying stealthily in the air, so naturally, no one noticed it. However, he did notice the other powerhouses. This place was not far from the Lost Forest. Right, Ling Tian, do you think the experts of the House of Storms will know that you've come to the Lost Forest? Tang Qingyue asked softly as she looked up at Li Lingtian like a little girl who had just fallen in love with her first love. Her face was filled with joy. They definitely know, and they should have released the news to distract us so that they can take advantage of us. Moreover, they are confident that they can kill me in the Lost Forest because the Lost Forest is filled with danger. There are many restrictions, and some of the things inside can suppress the gorilla demons. As Li Lingtian spoke, he looked at the exquisite face in front of him that could be described as perfect. Feeling tempted, he could not help but reach out and touch her face. I'm Mengmeng's sister, your sister-in-law. You can't touch me. Tang Qingyue's heart skipped a beat when she saw Li Lingtian's actions. She felt extremely sweet, but she still said that she was Li Lingtian's sister-in-law and giggled after that. That's right, big brother. Sister Qingyue is your sister-in-law. How can you touch her like this? Xiao Bai laughed as well. Li Lingtian's face darkened. What sister? If she was his sister, why would she be hugging his arm? Li Lingtian knew that Tang Qingyue was teasing him on purpose, but he did not mind. Instead, he was excited. Little girl, what did you say? Li Lingtian pinched Little White's little face as soon as he finished speaking. His face revealed a lecherous expression. By the way, I wonder how Meng Meng and the others are doing. Tang Qingyue thought of her sister. She had followed Li Lingtian here alone because she knew that he was returning to Green Island. If they did not make any progress, they would not stand a chance when they returned. She wasn't worried about her younger sister, but she felt bad about herself. Naturally, Tang Qingyue understood Tang Zimeng's thoughts. Tang Zimeng also wanted her to marry Li Lingtian. However, Tang Qingyue had been married to the Dishi family of Gang Province in the past, so there was nothing she could do. The two sisters had a good relationship since they were young and loved each other. Naturally, they were worried about each other's well-being. She did not expect Li Lingtian to come to the Tsang continent by accident and rescue her. As such, her impression of Li Lingtian increased. It was normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, and it was not bad to share a husband with his sister. At least the two sisters were together. They will definitely be fine. Don't worry, I will settle the matter here and return to Green Island. Li Lingtian consoled her as he was worried about Tang Zimeng and the others. He had left Green Island for a few years and did not know what Green Island had become. After the matter here was settled, he definitely had to return to Green Island first. Otherwise, he would not feel at ease. Chapter 399, Dragon's Valley. The Lost Forest. It was one of the most mysterious secret realms in the Azure continent. Although this lost forest had always existed, not many people dared to enter. They all hunted in the periphery or at the edge. Even martial emperors, martial supremacies, and even martial sovereigns did not dare to enter. Because there were powerful 5th and 6th rank demon beasts inside, and even demon beasts in human form, when warriors entered, they immediately became a delicious meal for the demon beasts. However, today, many powerful martial artists had appeared at the originally peaceful edge of the lost forest. There were martial emperors, martial supremes, and even martial sovereigns. The sudden appearance of so many experts shocked countless martial artists who were hunting. Could it be that the world has changed? There are actually so many martial emperors and martial venerables, isn't that so? In such a place, we only occasionally see 1 or 2 martial emperors and martial supremes. I didn't expect so many experts to come in the past few days. Could it be that these experts are going to enter the depths? Impossible, right? There are transformed demonic beasts in the depths. Wouldn't we be courting death if we go? We'd better be careful. Otherwise, we'll be killed by some bad-tempered experts. That'll be the worst-case scenario. At the edge of the lost forest, countless warriors who were hunting looked at the experts who came from time to time. They all flashed past and completely ignored the low-level warriors here. Such a situation shocked countless martial artists, as if the sky was about to change. Li Lingtian was surrounded by beautiful women who were embracing him while Longda followed him with a calm expression. It was a demonic beast in human form. Naturally, it would ignore such matters. Besides, if it were to see Li Lingtian with a girl, it would be asking for a beating. Along the way, countless low-level martial artists avoided them far away, their eyes revealing envious expressions. If any martial artist revealed a greedy expression or a blasphemous gaze, they would die with one word and be killed by Longda in one strike. Countless demonic beasts also avoided him. Although Longda had transformed into a human, his entire body carried a terrifying demonic power pressure and an even more terrifying dragon aura. Demonic beasts were very strict about their ranks. Moreover, Longda's body carried dragon energy. What was dragon energy? It was the aura of the dragon race. What was a dragon? A dragon was the ancestor of all demons, the boss of the demon race. No demon race was more powerful than the dragon race. This was also why the demon race regarded the dragon race as the strongest existence. In fact, the dragon race did not have any thoughts at all because the dragon race had already surpassed the 3 worlds and 5 elements. They did not belong to the demon race in the 3 worlds. They were a transcendental race. Li Lingtian ignored Long Da and continued to chat with the two beauties. Little White was not bothered by it, but Tang Qingyue was. Tang Qingyue was so beautiful that she could topple cities. Her every frown and smile carried endless charm. Moreover, she was Li Lingtian's self-proclaimed sister-in-law. However, she was pulling Li Lingtian's arm, which added a new flavor to Li Lingtian's life. He did not mind anything happening between him and Tang Qingyue as their relationship was already very deep. If you encounter a dragon soul and obtain it, you'll be able to raise the true dragon body protection to the 4th level. At that time, you'll become a true dragon. Moreover, your cultivation base has also increased greatly. Little White said softly. As it spoke, it bounced and shuttled through the forest. The dragon soul jade is with me. There is a chance to open the lost forest, but whether we can obtain the dragon soul depends on luck. Our main goal is to kill the experts of the House of Storms. As long as we eliminate a few super experts of the House of Storms, we will achieve our goal. Although Li Lingtian was very interested in the dragon soul, it was something that could only be found by chance. It was not something that could be obtained so easily. He never insisted on things like luck, but he was used to controlling everything. Is there really a dragon soul inside? Tang Qingyue was also puzzled. Why did so many experts come to the Queen's palace to fight for the dragon soul jade? Wasn't it just to open the lost forest? If the Queen's palace was persuaded, wouldn't the lost forest be opened? Naturally, she did not know about the situation in the Queen's palace. Occult treasure would not be wasted so easily. The Queen's palace was using this dragon soul jade to restrain the experts of the Azure continent. As long as the dragon soul jade was in the Queen's palace, no one would dare to act recklessly. Now, the House of Storms had seized it by force, but Li Lingtian had the upper hand. They all understood that opening the lost forest required dragon soul jade. However, it would be much more convenient to enter the lost forest with the guidance of the dragon soul jade. There should be a dragon soul. I can feel the true dragon soul in the dragon soul jade. Although this soul is very weak, this dragon soul really exists, that I just don't know what it's like inside the lost forest. Li Lingtian did not hesitate either because he really had dragon energy and a trace of dragon soul in the dragon soul jade. Since there was a dragon soul in the dragon soul jade, there should naturally be a dragon soul inside. A dragon soul was the soul of a true dragon. No matter how powerful the dragon soul was or how small it was, as long as it was a dragon soul, it could allow a human to become a dragon and cultivate the dragon race's cultivation techniques. The three of them flew as they talked. The deeper they went, the more powerful the demonic beasts became. At first, there were low-level demonic beasts of the 1st and 2nd rank outside, but there were demonic beasts of the 3rd and 4th rank inside. Now, they could actually see demonic beasts of the 5th and 6th rank at will. Fortunately, they did not see any demonic beasts of the 7th rank, or else it would have taken some time. On this day, Li Lingtian's group of 3 arrived at a huge canyon in the depths. Dragon's Valley was a name given to the powerhouses in the outside world. By the time Li Lingtian and the others arrived, there were already more than 100 powerhouses here. Each of them was a martial emperor or a martial supreme, and there were even a few martial emperor powerhouses. Young Noble Ling Tian. Sir Ling Tian. Your Excellency, Pil Saint. Young Noble Ling Tian has arrived. Upon seeing Li Lingtian's arrival, countless powerhouses stood up to greet him. Most of the powerhouses here knew Li Lingtian. Even those who did not know him stood up and greeted him when they heard his name, lest they upset him. Seeing the two peerless beauties beside Li Lingtian, all the warriors lowered their heads, afraid to look at the two girls. This was because Li Lingtian's Achilles' heel was the women around him. If anyone were to violate his women, it would be the extermination of the entire clan. Li Lingtian nodded in return. He looked around but did not see any powerhouses from the House of Storms. There were only a few martial emperor powerhouses here, let alone the powerhouses from the House of Storms. Not to mention old man Tian Yin, he was already heavily injured, so he naturally did not appear here. Do you all wish to enter the depths of the lost forest? Li Lingtian glanced at all the powerhouses with a faint smile on his face. Tang Qingyue and Xiao Bai were amused by his smile because Li Lingtian was always ready to play tricks at this moment. Of course. All the powerhouses nodded in agreement. They wondered if Li Lingtian had any other tricks up his sleeve. Sigh, this dragon soul jade can only be used once. Do you think that you can enter the lost forest without a dragon soul jade? Li Lingtian sighed as he looked into the void with a look of regret on his face. Anyone who saw it would feel an inexplicable sigh. Of course, without the dragon soul jade, we naturally can't enter the depths of the lost forest. All the experts answered. They thought that something was wrong, but they did not know what was wrong. Since that's the case, then this dragon soul jade is very precious. Sister Qingyue, what do you think we should do? Li Lingtian looked at Tang Qingyue and pretended to feel sorry for her. The heartache on his face was obvious. Lingtian, I know you want them to go in. How about this? A martial monarch will enter with 50 million spiritual stones, a martial supreme with 200 million spiritual stones, and a martial supreme with 1 billion spiritual stones. What do you think? Tang Qingyue's heart skipped a beat, and her playful nature returned. She thought for a moment and said softly. Although her voice was soft, everyone heard her clearly. Instantly, all the martial artists had black lines on their faces. They quickly looked at Li Lingtian, hoping that he would not be so shameless. They also hoped that Li Lingtian would not do as a girl said. But what happened next made them despair. Since that's the case, Sister Qingyue has the final say. When the time comes, I'll buy Sister Qingyue beautiful clothes with spirit stones. As Li Lingtian spoke, his gaze fell on Tang Qingyue's body. His eyes swept across her chest. Even though her high chest was hidden under the tube top, her low-cut shirt could still be seen. Moreover, her light shirt could also be seen faintly. This made her even more alluring. Naturally, Tang Qingyue knew that Li Lingtian had good taste. She puffed out her chest proudly with a mischievous smile on her face. She was completely different from the cold and arrogant peerless beauty she was before. A white muslin and a light black ribbon tied around her waist made her look exquisite. Sure, I'll buy a lot of beautiful clothes then, that I want beautiful clothes too. Tang Qingyue laughed, and Little White joined in. He naturally couldn't let go of such a fun thing. Young master, what about me? Long De, who was behind him, also laughed foolishly. However, he only received one word in reply. Get lost. With a smile on his face, Li Lingtian uttered a single word. Hee. Kiki, Kiki. Long De, you're not a beauty. My brother likes beautiful women. Tang Qingyue and Little White chuckled, completely ignoring the countless experts in front of them. Xiao Bai turned around and looked at Long De, the smile on her face growing wider. Naturally, Long De knew that Li Lingtian was not angry and was only joking. If Li Lingtian were to get angry, he would be killed immediately. He didn't dare to disobey Little White's words because Little White was the real Dragon Clan, the Dragon Lady of the Dragon Clan. She had an extremely respected status. Moreover, Little White was a miracle of the dragon race. It was the only one who could cultivate to the 9-color dragon god level. The four of them echoed each other here, but the experts below had bitter expressions on their faces. Because of so many spirit stones, wasn't this a scam? If he didn't give them spirit stones, he wouldn't be able to enter. It was impossible to force his way in. With Li Lingtian's strength, no one dared to provoke him. Even a martial emperor powerhouse could only submit to him. For a moment, the entire Dragon Valley fell silent. They didn't know what to do. If they took out so many spiritual stones, they might not be able to earn it back inside. But if they didn't take out spiritual stones, they wouldn't be able to enter. They had no chance at all. Chapter 400, Scheming. Why, aren't you guys going in? Li Lingtian said indifferently. His face was calm and relaxed. He did not take the dozens of martial emperors and martial honors seriously at all. Even the 5 to 6 martial emperor powerhouses were ignored. His gaze gradually turned cold. Wherever his gaze passed, many experts could not help but lower their noble heads. Immediately, Li Lingtian came to a realization. With a flash, he flew toward the huge rune in Dragon Valley. Behind the rune was a huge stone wall that was as smooth as a mirror. However, there was a slot on the wall that was surrounded by countless formations. Li Lingtian did not hesitate. He extended his hand and the Dragon Soul Jade appeared in his hand. He then pressed the Dragon Soul Jade into the card slot. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the spiritual chi between heaven and earth changed rapidly. As the spirit chi surged toward him, Li Lingtian's body flashed as he left quickly. He returned to Tang Qingyue's side and observed the changes in the sky. Crash! There was a slight sound, like the sound of water. The originally smooth stone wall became as smooth as water. Moreover, the stone wall began to fluctuate slightly. This was no longer a stone wall. It was completely a horizontal surface that could stand upright. Li Lingtian threw a stone over to test the waters. The stone did not bounce back at all. Instead, it was sucked into the stone wall as if it had penetrated the surface of the water and entered the bottom of the lake. Seeing this scene, all the experts' eyes were wide open. This way, they could enter the lost forest. However, it was now up to Li Lingtian. If he wanted to enter, he would have to pay spiritual stones. Otherwise, he would not be allowed to enter. That's enough. Li Lingtian extended his hand and activated the divine dragon ring with his divine consciousness. The gorilla demon was released from the divine dragon ring. Immediately, a destructive demonic power pressed down from the sky. Countless experts felt a wave of destructive pressure. The gorilla demon's huge body was like a huge mountain standing on one side of Dragon Valley, and a terrifying pressure was constantly emitted. 8th rank demonic beast. 8th rank demonic beast. All the powerhouses exclaimed in surprise. Even though everyone knew that Li Lingtian had an 8th order mystical beast, it was even more shocking to see it in person. The gorilla demon stood motionless on the ground. Li Lingtian did not move either. Instead, he came to Dragon Valley's stone wall and sat down with his arms crossed over his chest. He looked like a security guard as if he was collecting protection fees. When everyone saw this, they were all stunned. In such a situation, if they wanted to enter the Lost Forest, they had to pay spirit stones. If they didn't pay, they wouldn't be able to enter. When the gorilla monster came out, it looked at Li Lingtian in confusion. There was a hint of doubt in its eyes, but it was more of a question. This was because it had already attacked twice. If it attacked again this time, its demonic power and lifespan would all disappear, and it would only be able to sleep. Li Lingtian was aware of the gorilla demon's doubts. He transmitted his voice over and conveyed his intentions. The gorilla demon nodded. This was also its last attack. It would be in an eternal slumber after it made its move. It could only wait for Li Lingtian to wake it up so that it could be reborn and recover to a higher state. After receiving this information, the terrifying aura of the gorilla demon erupted. As long as someone dared to act recklessly, it would launch a destructive attack. Moreover, Li Lingtian had also informed the gorilla demon that he was only here to kill the powerhouses from the House of Storms. The powerhouses' objective was to get these people to hand over their spiritual stones. I'll pay 50 million spirit stones. I'll also pay 200 million spirit stones. I'll pay spirit stones. This is 1 billion. This is 50 million. Finally, someone could not hold it in anymore. He counted all his spirit stones and handed them all to Longda. Longda collected a person's spirit stones and let that person enter. Time passed bit by bit. All the experts had entered the Lost Forest. There was not a single expert left outside. However, Li Lingtian did not speak because the true powerhouse had yet to arrive. He didn't mind waiting in this place for a while. After all, the lost forest was open and wouldn't close. Moreover, with the dragon's soul jade, he could enter and exit at any time. After all the experts entered, more experts flew over. Li Lingtian decided to use a stream of true essence to form a string of words. 50 million martial emperors, 200 million martial venerables, and 1 billion martial emperors. More than 10 words floated in front of the stone wall in the air. When an expert came, Longda pointed at the stone wall, indicating to look at the words on it. The powerhouses had no choice but to admit defeat when they saw Li Lingtian, Longda, and the terrifying gorilla demon. Even if someone wanted to die, they would have to watch the gorilla demon yield. Even the most powerful martial monarch realm expert would be courting death for a rank 8 demonic beast. As the days passed, Li Lingtian decided to set up countless formations here before he found a cave to rest in. With two peerless beauties living together, he was naturally carefree. Half a month passed, and the experts still came one after another. They paid spirit stones and entered the lost forest. Li Lingtian did not care how many spiritual stones there were because he did not care about the spiritual stones but the powerhouses of the House of Storms. However, there was no sign of any powerhouses from the House of Storms. As such, Li Lingtian felt that this would not work. Lingtian, with the gorilla demon here, the experts from the House of Storms shouldn't come. They're just wasting time with us. Tang Qingyue could also tell how terrifying the gorilla demon was. Other than the 8th or 9th level martial monarch realm experts who dared to fight, the other experts did not have the consciousness to resist. She understood Li Lingtian's concerns. If he did not call out the gorilla demon, he would not be able to withstand a sneak attack from the powerhouses of the House of Storms. However, if he called out the gorilla demon, the powerhouses of the House of Storms would be able to tell at a glance. Naturally, they would not come to their deaths. I know. Let's wait for another 10 days. After we collect the spiritual stones, we'll hide and wait for the experts of the House of Storms to come. Then, we'll give them a destructive attack. Li Lingtian nodded. If he were to enter immediately, the House of Storms might suspect him. If he were to wait for a while longer, they might think that Li Lingtian could not wait any longer. Brother's idea is not bad. Brother is getting more and more handsome. Little White said with a smile. She looked extremely cute, but she was also very naughty. You're indirectly saying that you're getting more and more beautiful, right? Li Lingtian pinched Xiao Bai's little face. Xiao Bai looked exactly like him. If he praised Xiao Bai for being handsome, it would mean that he was complimenting himself for being pretty. Am I not beautiful? Whitey felt embarrassed for a while after being exposed, but it quickly recovered. Following that, Li Lingtian and the others cultivated quietly as they waited for the powerhouses to arrive. After 10 days, Li Lingtian and the others looked anxious. They then recalled the gorilla demon and quickly flew into the stone wall. The stone wall shook and they disappeared. Exalt, they have already entered. Half an hour after Li Lingtian and the others disappeared, a martial emperor powerhouse reported to Elder Tian Yin at a hidden spot 1,000 miles away from Dragon Valley. The current old man Tian Yin had lost both his hands, and his strength had become extremely unstable. A 6th heaven martial monarch realm expert had actually become like this. It was really bleak. Behind him, there were 3 6th level martial emperors, 4 5th level martial emperors, and even dozens of ordinary martial emperors. The rest were all supreme martial honors. Wait a minute. This Li Lingtian is extremely cunning. Don't be fooled. Old man Tian Yin became furious at the mention of Li Lingtian. He was a 6th firmament martial emperor, yet he was almost beaten to death. I'll go and observe again. After the martial emperor finished speaking, his body disappeared as if he had turned into air. His movement technique was extremely magical. As time passed, the Dragon Valley was extremely quiet. Even if a powerhouse occasionally entered, they would be able to enter safely. No longer did Longda collect spirit stones. 13 experts entered the lost forest without paying spirit stones. 3 days had passed and Li Lingtian had yet to show up. Supremacy, 3 days have passed and 13 martial emperor powerhouses have entered the Lost Forest. However, none of them have seen Li Lingtian collect the spiritual stones and safely enter the Lost Forest. The martial emperor powerhouse who was scouting for information had observed Dragon Valley countless times and had seen everything in Dragon Valley. He should really have entered. No matter how powerful he is only a Supreme Realm expert. He is still too young. Perfected Wugo said. Although he was only a third firmament martial emperor, his status in the House of Storms was very high. Moreover, the other experts were extremely respectful to Perfected Wugo. Indeed. He's only 20 years old. After waiting for so many days, he naturally couldn't wait any longer. Moreover, we haven't appeared yet. Even if he suspects us, he doesn't want to wait any longer. Hui Jin was also a 6th Heaven Martial Emperor and one of the 4 super powerhouses of the House of Storms. Following that, all the Martial Emperor powerhouses began to discuss the matter. This was a matter of success or failure. If they were not careful, they would be killed by Li Lingtian's gorilla demon and the House of Storms would not stand a chance. Moreover, they were all aware that the demonic beasts from outside would be suppressed if they entered the Lost Forest. The gorilla demons would be suppressed as well. They could take advantage of this opportunity to kill Li Lingtian in the Lost Forest. Li Lingtian's wealth and treasures were the envy of the House of Storms. After a discussion via voice transmission, the powerhouses from the House of Storms waited for another 3 days. 3 days had passed but there was still no sign of Li Lingtian. Upon noticing this, everyone assumed that Li Lingtian had already entered the cave. They could not afford to delay any further lest Li Lingtian took the lead. Whoosh! 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 A series of air-breaking sounds rang out. More than 10 martial emperors and martial honors from the House of Storms arrived at the Dragon Valley one after another. After waiting for a moment, they did not find anything suspicious. Their bodies flashed and they entered the Lost Forest. Another 10 experts entered, and they entered safely. 4 batches of experts had entered safely. The experts hiding behind them were relieved. Swoosh! This time, all the powerhouses came to the front of Dragon Valley one after another, but they did not enter. Old Man Tian Yin and perfected cultivator Wu Go looked around and found many formations. However, these formations were useless. They could only hide and block the peeping of the divine senses and warriors. Chapter 401, Exterminating Kanglan Building. At this moment, a destructive demonic power appeared between heaven and earth. Boom, rumble, 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 it's a gorilla demon. Li Lingtian, why are you here? It's Li Lingtian, rank 8 demonic beast gorilla demon. A destructive pressure descended, followed by a pitch-black demonic beast that was the size of a mountain. In an instant, it destroyed dozens of martial emperors and martial venerables. The gorilla demon's strange appearance caught the experts of the House of Storms off guard. They did not expect the gorilla demon to appear at this time. Furthermore, there were a few figures on its shoulders. Who else could it be but Li Lingtian and the others? The appearance of Li Lingtian and the gorilla monster made them understand what was going on. Li Lingtian was too terrifying. He was actually so scheming and calculative. After the gorilla demon came out, it launched a destructive attack. Because it knew that this was the last time he would attack, and it was also time for him to sleep. If he could not eliminate these powerhouses, Li Lingtian would be in danger. After he fell into a deep sleep, he would be cut into pieces by these powerhouses. Why are you still here? Didn't you go in? Daoist priest Wugo and old man Tian Yin forcefully used their primeval essence to flicker, but they were unable to escape the range of the gorilla demon's pressure. As he forcefully dodged, he asked in shock. Look at this. Li Lingtian smiled and pointed at the stone wall with one hand. There were no ripples on the stone wall but mysterious and heaven-defying formations. The powerhouses from the House of Storms who had entered earlier were trapped inside. Moreover, the powerhouses from House of Storms were still struggling. The array had become transparent and everyone could see that it was just a formation cast by Li Lingtian. It turned out that Li Lingtian had done all of this on purpose. With his intelligence, this was a piece of cake. Moreover, he had long known that the experts of the House of Storms were here. His divine sense was incomparable to even a martial emperor expert. Naturally, he knew that the experts of the House of Storms would enter after him. However, the powerhouses from the House of Storms were unaware of Li Lingtian's scheming and patience. Li Lingtian hid in the array formation for a few days and let the rest of the powerhouses from the House of Storms in. He only made his move when the real powerhouses from the House of Storms arrived. Rumble, rumble, ah. Waves of miserable cries rang out as the gorilla demon continuously waved the god-sealing chains in its hand. With every strike, a few experts were instantly killed. Under the pressure of its demonic power, even martial emperor experts would be suppressed. Martial honored experts would not even be able to move their fingers. Li Lingtian's face was expressionless. He could feel the gorilla demon's demonic power depleting rapidly. It was about time for him to launch an attack. Desolate 10 consecutive strikes. The gorilla demon could no longer hold on, but it finally persevered until the end. A trace of relief appeared in its eyes. With all the powerhouses dead, there was only one martial emperor left. Naturally, he did not have to worry. With Li Lingtian's means, he could easily kill a martial emperor. As the gorilla demon fell, Li Lingtian swung his ultimate overlord saber. The shocking saber intent brought with it a destructive saber radiance as it slashed toward the last first firmament martial emperor who was in a daze. In the air, more than 10 saber gleams slashed down and landed on the martial emperor powerhouse's body ruthlessly. Rumble, crash, ah. Although the gorilla demon had easily killed these martial emperors, it was not as easy for Li Lingtian to deal with them. After all, he was only at the second level of the martial honored realm. He could still deal with a martial honored realm expert, but he could not deal with a martial emperor realm expert. However, he had suddenly attacked and killed a martial emperor realm expert. The world fell silent. Li Lingtian's face revealed a sorrowful expression. With a flick of his divine consciousness, he recalled the gorilla demon and entered the divine dragon ring. He did not want the other experts to know about the fall of the gorilla demon. Otherwise, his opponents would come looking for him in droves. Looking at the quiet dragon valley, Little White transformed into its true form and quickly collected the storage bags and treasures of all the experts. Li Lingtian pondered for a moment before he took the storage pouch from Little White. Finally, he led Tang Qingyue and Little White into the Lost Forest with Long De following closely behind. After entering the Lost Forest, Li Lingtian's first priority was to find a safe place. Li Lingtian scanned his surroundings when he arrived at the top of a mountain. His divine consciousness was not suppressed at this place, but Long De was greatly suppressed. Even Little White was suppressed. Because they were all demons in human form, they would naturally be suppressed here. Long De's cultivation was only suppressed to the 4th or 5th level of the Supreme Realm. However, with the strength of the demon race, he was not afraid of the 7th or 8th level of the Supreme Realm. The Lost Forest was a boundless forest, just like a sea of trees. Moreover, the spiritual energy inside was extremely dense, and there was also a dense fog. Li Lingtian was certain that this place was similar to Hidden Dragon Valley. After scanning the area with his spirit sense, there was not a single demon beast or human. He didn't know where those powerful warriors and demon beasts had gone. I didn't expect this place to not separate people. This is not bad. Tang Qingyue looked around and was excited about this place. With such spiritual energy, even if she couldn't obtain any treasures, she could still cultivate. She had never been worried when she was with Li Lingtian. In her eyes, there was nothing Li Lingtian could not solve when he was around, even though the gorilla demon had fallen. Now, we have to follow the guidance in this dragon soul jade to the deepest part. Li Lingtian took out the dragon's soul jade and kept it away when he opened the lost forest. He really believed that the dragon's soul jade still had some use in the lost forest. Only the dragon's soul jade could activate some important mechanisms. He also understood that after this, the dragon's soul jade would completely disappear and would not be of any use in the future. With the guidance of the dragon's soul jade, we can search for herbs and treasures while walking inside. Isn't this better? After all, the lost forest won't be closed again. Big brother, don't walk so fast. Sister Qingyue, don't you think so? Little White tilted its head and looked at Li Lingtian with a pout. However, when it saw Li Lingtian walking forward, it shouted loudly. As it spoke, it did not forget to form an alliance with a friend. Yes, I am. Lingtian, you went to Hidden Dragon Island last time, but I haven't been there. Don't be in a hurry to go to the depths this time. We can still make it if we walk while looking for medicinal herbs. Tang Genji's lips moved slightly as a smile appeared on her face. She followed Little White's lead and joined forces. With the two of them working together, it was only natural that they could convince Li Lingtian. Sister Qingyue, are you also messing around with this girl? Sigh, I'm really impressed by the two of you. Is this the exclusive right of beautiful women? Li Lingtian took 2 steps back and came to Tang Genji's side. He spoke softly and sighed in the end. That's more like it. We are beauties and little girls. You have to protect us. Tang Qingyue could not hold back her laughter when she saw Li Lingtian's expression. The two girls chattered non-stop as they held Li Lingtian's hand and sandwiched him between them. Li Lingtian could only enjoy the pain. Both of them were peerless beauties, but they were chattering non-stop. He could only listen and had no right to resist. The 3 of them strolled in front of him while Longda scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. Naturally, he would not disturb Li Lingtian. The group did not encounter any danger, neither humans nor demonic beasts. A day had passed. Longda was here as a servant, constantly searching for a cave in front. Li Lingtian had spent a lot of time with the powerhouses from the House of Storms and was getting tired. He needed a good rest for a few days. When night fell, Li Lingtian and the rest finally found a cave. The cave was not big, only about 20 square meters in size. However, it was dry and airy, making it suitable for living. Li Lingtian cast a concealment formation to cover the cave's exterior. Longda found a relatively secluded place to rest within the formation. This way, if anyone were to see through the formation, it would be able to deliver a fatal blow to the other party at once. At the entrance, Li Lingtian set up a few simple formations and the 3 of them entered the cave. No matter where a girl went, be it an inn or the wilderness, she would care about where she lived. In a short while, the cave was cleaned up. Countless colorful cloth strips made the cave look like a girl's boudoir. You guys sleep first. I'll cultivate first. Li Lingtian sat on the blanket that Tang Qingyue had laid out and looked at Tang Qingyue and Little White. To save space, Tang Qingyue and Little White had placed their blankets together. Upon seeing this, Li Lingtian was infuriated. Although Little White was a dragon, it was a dragon lady after its transformation. A noble dragon lady like Ge with unparalleled beauty. Even though Xiao Bai was usually a little mischievous and the two of them were very close, they did not sleep together. There was no need to mention Tang Qingyue. Back in the ancient battlefield ruins, she and Huangfu Yuyan were together. Although the 3 of them were close, there was still a little distance between them. The 3 of them weren't squeezed together like this. Wasn't this making his blood boil? Moreover, Tang Qingyue was a peerless beauty as cold as an iceberg. Although she was gentle in front of Li Lingtian, she was definitely a beauty as cold as an iceberg in front of outsiders. Now that they were living together, it felt a little ambiguous, mainly because she was Mengmeng's sister. Yes, I'm a little tired. You can cultivate, but don't be too late. On the other hand, Tang Qingyue was unusually obedient like a well-behaved baby. This was the first time Li Lingtian had seen such a situation. If the powerhouses were to witness this icy beauty being so gentle to Li Lingtian, their jaws would drop. Her tone was like a wife who cared about her husband. Li Lingtian's heart warmed at once. You have to join the group to get a red packet. Chapter 402, Late Night. Li Lingtian did not say a word as he closed his eyes and began cultivating. He was definitely the first person in the Lost Forest who dared to take a nap like them. Even those martial emperor powerhouses did not have the guts to do so. After all, the Lost Forest was filled with danger. If they were not careful, they would die. Moreover, martial artists would not sleep in an unfamiliar environment, especially at night. As nighttime was the world of the demonic beasts, only Li Lingtian had the courage and strength to do so in such a place. The rich spiritual energy made one excited when cultivating. After 2 cycles, he felt that the true essence in his body had increased quite a bit. For a martial-honored realm powerhouse like Li Lingtian, the increase in his cultivation base was negligible. However, it was still an increase in his cultivation base. No matter how powerful a warrior was, his cultivation base was cultivated bit by bit. After 2 cycles of cultivation, Li Lingtian looked at the 2 beauties sleeping on the blanket. Although it was a little cold in the cave, the 2 ladies had removed their muslin and did not cover themselves with the blanket. Li Lingtian could not see anything, but this only made him more enticed. Li Lingtian's chest heaved up and down with his even breathing, which made him feel a little angry. Moreover, the situation before him made his blood boil. Tang Qingyue and Little White's bed was not big, but the 2 girls were sleeping on both sides. The space left in the middle was obviously for Li Lingtian. Such a small matter was enough to make him excited. However, he did not think too much about it. He took off his outer clothes lightly and lay down in the middle. Feeling the refreshing body fragrance of the 2 peerless beauties beside him, his body could not help but react, but he could only endure it now. Not long after he fell asleep, Tang Qingyue turned around and grabbed Li Lingtian's arm before placing it under her head. She used Li Lingtian's arm as a pillow. Li Lingtian did not mind as it did not matter. However, Little White on the left did the same thing. It pulled Li Lingtian's left hand over and used it as a pillow. Even if Li Lingtian was a fool, he would have understood the trick the 2 of them were playing. However, he didn't react or say anything. If he had to say such a small thing, he really wasn't a man. Gradually, Li Lingtian fell asleep as he smelled the fragrance of the 2 peerless beauties. The next morning, Li Lingtian woke up to find 2 beauties in his arms. Even though a warrior who cultivated was not afraid of the cold, the night in the mountains was still a little cold. Girls instinctively sought a warm place to lean on. Li Lingtian's arm was bent over as well. The 2 girls were already in his arms and one of their legs was still on his body. This erotic scene almost made him vomit blood. However, he didn't want the 2 girls to wake up and feel shy, so he could only pretend to be asleep. However, it was useless for him to pretend to be asleep. The 2 of them had woken up and naturally saw the sleeping positions of the 3 of them. Immediately, the 2 of them blushed. Even though she wanted to get close to Li Lingtian, she was still extremely shy since it was her first time being so close. She wished she could find a hole to hide in. Yes. Tang Qingyue gave a soft and buried her head in Li Lingtian's arms. She dared not look at him. On the other hand, Little White was shy for a moment before she quickly calmed down. The 2 of them had been in a relationship for a long time, so they naturally did not care about these things. After all, the 2 of them had gotten closer recently. Although Tang Qingyue was close to Li Lingtian, she was Li Lingtian's sister-in-law. Hence, she kept a certain distance from him. "Brother, I still need to sleep." Little White called out softly. It leaned against Li Lingtian and continued to sleep. Seeing this, Li Lingtian had no choice but to take a nap. Since he did not have much time to cultivate in this place, it was a rare opportunity for him to have a good rest. Next, the 3 of them huddled together. It was still not dawn outside, and the weather was the coolest. Li Lingtian could feel the two girls trembling slightly. With a flick of his divine consciousness, he retrieved a blanket from the divine dragon ring and covered the three of them. It was still okay to sleep together since they didn't have a blanket, but now that the three of them had covered themselves with a blanket, they were truly sharing a bed. This was a subtle reaction of the human mind. Tang Qingyue blushed, and her mind was in a mess. Li Lingtian was embarrassed when he saw this. However, he could not possibly lift the blanket now. Otherwise, it would not be funny. Tang Qingyue's heart thumped. Her body stiffened and she did not dare to move. The three of them didn't know how long had passed, but they slept again before waking up. After getting up, the three of them began to meditate and cultivate seriously. Cultivation was a must for a martial artist. Even if they didn't eat, they couldn't forget to cultivate. Ling Tian, are we leaving today? Tang Qingyue looked at Li Lingtian after she was done with her cultivation. She had to pack her things before she left so that she would not forget to pack. Yes, we have nothing to do here. Let's fly slowly inside first. Maybe we can find some medicinal herbs. Right now, we still don't have a clear direction. We must find the direction, or else we will never be able to find the deepest part. 11. Li Lingtian stopped practicing and stood up to speak. As he spoke, Tang Qingyue took his clothes and helped Li Lingtian put them on. She served Li Lingtian like a wife. Li Lingtian was happy to enjoy it. It was natural for him to be blessed to be treated like this by a peerless beauty. After she was dressed, Tang Qingyue tidied up her clothes. A thin layer of clothing covered her delicate body, revealing some of her breasts, giving people endless fantasies. This was the style of the women's clothing in the divine martial continent. However, there were also some who were wearing more revealing battle armor and warrior clothes. However, these beauties still paid attention to themselves. At most, they wore low-collared clothes that gave people endless temptation. With her beautiful face and perfect figure, she was definitely a killer weapon for men. Li Lingtian left the cave and watched Long De meditate without saying a word. However, Long De was indeed startled awake and had noticed Li Lingtian the moment he came out. If the enemies outside had come, he would have attacked them long ago. Young master. Long De stood up and bowed respectfully. It had long since stopped treating itself as a Tier 7 transformed mystical beast. Instead, it was willing to be Li Lingtian's subordinate. Even though Li Lingtian was only a martial honor, he was still shocked by Li Lingtian's abilities. If they were to fight, he might not be Li Lingtian's match. Furthermore, Li Lingtian had countless trump cards and divine weapons. Naturally, he was no match for him. Besides, he had to rely on Li Lingtian's elixirs, true dragon's qi, and true dragon's blood to become a true dragon. He had been envious of Li Lingtian's luck and methods for some time now. However, he understood that it was also due to Li Lingtian's capabilities. Soon, Tang Qingyue and Little White came out. They found a stream not far from the cave and left after washing up. He had been walking in the same direction. With Long Da's senses, he could sense the direction of the demon beasts. The direction he chose was usually not wrong. This was because the perception of demonic beasts was very strong. The stronger the demonic beast, the closer it was to the depths. Demonic beasts. Powerful demonic beasts would not be at the edge or the periphery. Along the way, Li Lingtian did not make a move. Whenever he encountered a Tier 4, Tier 5, or even Tier 6 demonic beast, Long De would kill it in one fell swoop. They had encountered a Tier 7 demonic beast before. Li Lingtian and Long Da's joint efforts easily killed it. Every time he encountered a powerful demonic beast, he would encounter very good medicinal herbs or spiritual fruits. A month passed by quickly. In this 1 month, Li Lingtian had no idea how many monster beast inner cores he had. There were a bunch of level 5 and 6 monster cores and even more than a dozen level 7 monster cores. The inner core of a 7th tier demonic beast was in existence that could directly kill a martial monarch realm expert. Although the inner cores of the 7th rank beasts were all at the 1st or 2nd level of the 7th rank, if they were to use this inner core and the war god, they would definitely be able to kill any martial supreme below the 3rd level in one strike. However, those super freaks were exceptions. With these demonic beast inner cores, his strength had also increased by a large margin. Along the way, he met many warriors who were powerhouses he had collected spiritual stones from before. Upon seeing Li Lingtian, these powerhouses greeted him with a smile before distancing themselves from him. Li Lingtian did not mind. If he were to encounter a powerful martial supreme, he would have avoided it as far as he could. If he encountered a level 3 martial monarch realm expert now, he could rely on all kinds of treasures and skills to fight. However, if he encountered a level 4 martial monarch realm expert, he could only run. Others might not know, but he knew that without the gorilla demon, he could only rely on himself. Rumble, rumble. At this moment, a shocking explosion sounded from afar. It was obvious that there was a great battle between experts. Li Lingtian scanned the area with his divine perception and a faint smile appeared on his face. The smile then grew wider. Lingtian, what's so good that you're so happy? Tang Qingyue held Li Lingtian's arm and gently rubbed it against his arm through the veil. Although it was unintentional, Li Lingtian enjoyed it. Girls would only be so close to the man they liked. Only when they reached a certain level would they not mind their forbidden land being touched. 2 martial monarch realm experts are fighting, and one of them is from the House of Storms. Do you think I'm not happy? Li Lingtian said with a smile. Tang Qingyue, Xiaobai, and Longde did not show any change in expression upon hearing Li Lingtian's words. It was no surprise that Li Lingtian was excited about the martial supreme's battle. If anyone else saw Li Lingtian's expression, they would have fainted. A revered martial artist was so happy to witness the martial supreme's battle. Indeed. If we encounter experts from the House of Storms, we can eliminate them one by one. By then, the pressure on the Queen's palace will be reduced. Tang Qingyue nodded. It was normal for such things to happen to Li Lingtian. It would be strange if Li Lingtian was frightened. Then, the group walked forward at a moderate pace. The battle between the martial sovereigns would not end anytime soon anyway. Chapter 403, Dragon Saliva Fruit, 1. In the deep forest far away, countless trees had turned into ashes. Ice attacks froze the world together, followed by fire attacks that turned everything into nothingness. When ice and fire met, even if there was no hatred between them, the ice and fire were definitely incompatible. Yupingji, hand over the ancient language grass in your hand and I can spare your life. Lu Wenxing's fire-type heaven weapon kept breaking the opponent's attacks. The second heaven martial emperor was suppressing the first heaven martial emperor's attacks. Their attributes were against each other. Moreover, they had encountered a good medicinal herb now. Naturally, they would not give up. Lu Wenxing, do you think you can defeat me just because you're at the second heaven of the martial emperor realm? Yu Pingji was also complaining in his heart. He had not seen his old rival for many years. He did not expect that his old rival had reached the second level of the martial emperor realm while he was still at the first level of the martial emperor realm. This first level of the martial emperor realm could be considered to have come to an end. He naturally couldn't take out the ancient language grass that he had just obtained. Then let's give it a try. Blazing sun myriad daos. Lu Wenxing waved the heaven artifact in his hand, and the temperature of the world suddenly rose. The surrounding trees and even the boulders quickly melted. One could imagine how terrifying the temperature was. Immediately after, countless terrifying flames flew towards Yupingji at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Yupingji. Frozen heaven and earth. Ice curtain. Yupingji was shocked. He did not expect Lu Wenxing, who was at the second level of the martial emperor realm, to have such a cultivation base. He also had a heaven weapon, but it was still far inferior to Lu Wenxing, who was at the second level of the martial emperor realm. Rumble. Kacha. With a loud explosion, the two attacks collided. Yu Pingji's figure was thrown into the air and finally fell to the ground with a pale face. If it was a battle between experts of the same level, they would not be defeated so easily. However, although the two of them were of the same realm, their levels were different. No matter how powerful a level 1 expert was, they would still fail when facing a level 2 expert. There was only one Li Lingtian in this world and there were not many perverted powerhouses. Just as Yu Pingji fell to the ground, Lu Wenxing, who was at the second heaven of the martial emperor realm, spat out a mouthful of blood. Yu Pingji was shocked by this situation. He was the one who was injured, but he didn't expect Lu Wenxing to be injured as well. He was sure that he wasn't the one who injured Lu Wenxing. Lu Wenxing turned around and looked at the sky in horror. There was no one in the sky. Who is it? Come out. What kind of hero is a sneak attack? Come out if you have the guts. Lu Wenxing clutched his chest. The attack from behind him had been soundless. When he was injured, he did not know what was going on. Now, streams of icy qi were surging in his body, constantly consuming his fire martial spirit and Jin Yuan. Encountering such a thing, he definitely knew how terrifying the person was. Moreover, the person's talent was also his nemesis, the ice element. Otherwise, he would not have such terrifying ice true energy. You were the one who asked me to come out. At this moment, a calm voice sounded. As the voice fell, a destructive attack ruthlessly bombarded down. Ice, fire, 9 heavens, extinction. The destructive aura carried the shadow of death. The moment death and destruction appeared, an extermination aura appeared. This aura made even martial emperor powerhouses feel a trace of despair. Rumble. The destructive light beam struck Lu Wenxing's body so fast that he could not react at all. Lu Wenxing's body was blasted to the ground with a loud explosion. If it were not for the physique of a martial emperor, he would have vanished into thin air. Generally speaking, it would take time to use a skill above the earth rank, even if it was a powerful expert, unless the skill was cultivated to the extreme and the state of perfection. Although Li Lingtian's heavenly divine powers had not reached the perfection state or the ultimate state, they were not far from the ultimate state. The heaven-tier divine power that he used was instantly cast and was at his fingertips. This was absolutely heaven-defying. Just this move alone was enough to gain a huge advantage. Experts of the same rank competed in speed, weapons, talent, martial souls, and the right time, place, and people. Warriors with the same cultivation base had a lot of advantages in terms of speed. It was the same for high-grade weapons. There was no need to talk about talent. If a fire martial soul encountered a water martial soul, then the fire martial soul would basically be restrained. There were also various other factors, such as the right time, the right place, and the right people. These were all things that a martial artist needed to pay attention to. Often, a very powerful expert would be defeated by a martial artist who was slightly weaker than him. To have a shocking cultivation, one had to have a shocking amount of experience. Li Lingtian had not even revealed his face in the previous attack when he unleashed the third heaven of ice, fire, 9 heavens. His opponent did not even have the chance to react. Martial artists were not gods. Even if they were gods, they would be killed if they were not prepared. For example, no matter how strong you were, you would still be killed if you didn't have any defense. If the other party slashed you with a machete and you didn't block it, you would definitely be killed. If you blocked it, it would be defense. Lu Wenxing fell to the ground and spat out another mouthful of blood. This attack took half of Lu Wenxing's life. Fortunately, the martial monarch realm expert was born with a strong physique. He used his defense at the last minute and saved his life. You're Li Lingtian. Lu Wenxing looked at the young man in white who walked out unhurriedly, and his eyes were filled with fear. All the powerhouses in the House of Storms knew Li Lingtian. They did not expect him to be alive here and they were instantly in despair. Young noble Lingtian, I've heard a lot about you. Yu Pingji was shocked as well. Although he had never met Li Lingtian before, he was extremely famous. He had even messed with several of the Azure Continent's superpowers. Dishi family was wiped out, and so was House of Storms. The young man's reputation had spread throughout the entire Tsang continent. There was no force or warrior in the Tsang continent who did not fear Li Lingtian. He did not expect to see Li Lingtian at this time. He was lucky that Li Lingtian had hidden himself the last time he came in. Otherwise, he would not have been able to get away with 1 billion spiritual stones. Now that Li Lingtian had beaten a second-level martial emperor half to death with a single blow, he was even more shocked and quickly cupped his fists in greeting. "There's nothing for you to do here." Li Lingtian waved his hand. He could not be bothered to befriend these people. If one was not strong enough, they would not care even if one was a martial supreme. If one was strong enough, they would respect and fear one. This was the rule of this world. "Then I shall take my leave." Yu Pingji wasn't unhappy at all. He felt more like he was lucky. His body flashed and he quickly flew into the distance. Usually, if he met a Supreme Realm expert, he would be respectful when he saw him. Unlike this young man in front of him, the other party ignored him when he greeted him and waved him away. But now that he was asked to leave, he felt as if he had been pardoned and escaped. "Didn't you call me out?" With a smile on his face, Li Lingtian walked toward Lu Wenxing step by step. His eyes were cold and emotionless. "Humph, don't be so smug. When the time comes, my House of Storms will chase you to the ends of the earth." Lu Wenxing still didn't know that dozens of super experts of the House of Storms had been killed. He thought that the experts like Old Man Tian Yin were still alive. If he knew that Old Man Tian Yin and the others had been killed, he didn't know what kind of cousins he would have. "Oh, is Kanglan building very powerful? Why didn't I feel it? Look at this." Li Lingtian smiled and extended his hand. A palm-sized jade pendant appeared in his hand. It was crystal clear with the words House of Storms carved on it. On the other side, there was a title of Lord, rumble. Seeing this jade pendant, Lu Wenxing felt as if he had seen a ghost. He would be a fool if he didn't understand it now. He couldn't be more familiar with this token. The token of the House of Storms' supremacy was also the token of the House of Storms' supreme ruler. Since this token was in Li Lingtian's hands, it meant that the House of Storms' elder Tian Yin had fallen, along with the others. While he was still in shock, Li Lingtian waved his hand. Longda knew what was going on as well. They coordinated seamlessly and a destructive fist with a tearing demonic force slammed into Lu Wenxing's body. There was a loud explosion and the sound of blood spurting out. Lu Wenxing's eyes darkened and his vitality gradually disappeared. "Humph, Kanglan House, wipe them all out." Li Lingtian grabbed with one hand and a storage pouch and a celestial weapon returned to his hand. Without even looking at them, he stored them into the divine dragon ring. Then, he turned around and led Tang Qingyue and Little White into the distance. Longda followed behind him like a log. Although he looked like a block of wood, he was very shrewd in the lost forest. As long as there was any movement, he would send out a destructive blow, killing the danger in the cradle. This was his duty as a subordinate. When Li Lingtian and Tang Qingyue were intimate, he had to pretend that he did not see anything. He was a demon and had no interest in human affairs at all. He was only interested in cultivating and becoming powerful. However, he knew that he had to follow Li Lingtian if he wanted to become stronger. As long as Li Lingtian was happy and gave him some pills, a day's progress in his cultivation would be equivalent to his achievements in a year or even decades. The three of them walked while admiring the scenery. They were extremely happy. In such a place, they were definitely the first to be so relaxed. Along the way, Li Lingtian did not know how many powerhouses from the House of Kanglan he had eliminated. In total, there were at most a dozen powerhouses from the House of Kanglan that had yet to be dealt with. The few of them specially looked for places with dense spiritual qi to walk around. That way, they would be able to see precious medicinal herbs. She might even encounter some spirit fruits. The search for spirit fruits had become the most fun thing for Tang Qingyue. She was never tired of it. Ling Tian, look. Tang Qingyue exclaimed excitedly. Li Lingtian was also extremely curious. Normally, Tang Qingyue would not be this excited even if she saw a spirit fruit. He wondered what she had seen this time. As he looked in the direction Tang Qingyue pointed, Li Lingtian was stunned as well before his face lit up with excitement. Dragon saliva fruit, 10,000-year dragon saliva fruit. Li Lingtian gasped as well. He did not expect himself to think of the ambergris fruit. This was a legendary treasure, a peerless material for refining pills. It was a treasure that had already disappeared from the divine martial continent. Chapter 404, Entering the Passage, 1. It really is the dragon saliva fruit. Long De was also excited. Only these 10,000-year-old heavenly treasures could make a transformed demon beast like Long De excited. Moreover, he had seen countless demonic beasts like heavenly materials, earth treasures, and Dragon King, but they revealed an excited expression when facing this dragon saliva fruit. The dragon saliva fruit was also a top-notch existence among heavenly and earthly treasures. This was because the place where it grew had to be a place where dragons had lived. It had to be nourished by dragon energy for a long time to form the dragon grass. After countless years, the dragon grass would grow into the dragon saliva fruit. The dragonfly grass was originally a precious medicinal herb that was difficult to find in the world. Moreover, to obtain a fruit from the dragonfly grass, that was even more rare. Don't reveal such an appearance. When the time comes, the medicinal pill that I refine with this dragon saliva fruit will be able to display 10 times the effect of the fruit. Li Lingtian glanced at Long De and spoke indifferently. His face was also filled with excitement. If there was a dragon saliva fruit, there would be a dragon grass. Otherwise, this fruit would not have grown in the air. Hee hee. Long De chuckled. He truly believed that Li Lingtian's alchemy and array Dao were peerless talents that few could compare to. For a treasure like the dragon saliva fruit, no matter what grade the medicinal pill was, adding a little bit of it could increase the quality of the medicinal pill by a large margin. It could even cause the medicinal pill to mutate and become a magical medicinal pill. This dragon saliva fruit and dragon drool grass are not bad. Move aside a little. Don't let the aura touch them. Li Lingtian told Tang Qingyue and Long De that Little White was of the dragon clan, so there was no problem. After saying that, he walked up carefully. His whole body was emitting a dense wood-type spiritual qi. This way, he could casually display the martial soul of the 5 elements completion. Whenever he encountered a wood-type martial soul, it would be a wood-type martial soul. Although this fruit was born from dragon energy, it also grew by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The natural treasures here were all nourished by wood-type spirit stones. Unless it was the heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the sea area. Even the heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the sea area had wood spiritual qi and water spiritual qi. When he arrived at the location of the ambergris fruit, Li Lingtian took a closer look. There were only 33 ambergris fruits in this place, but they were definitely over 10,000 years old. Moreover, there were quite a number of dragon saliva fruit seeds on the ground. It seemed that these dragon saliva fruits had not been picked and had fallen to the ground. Other than some seeds of the ambergris fruit, there were also some small ambergris grass. It seemed that they were grown from the seeds of the ambergris fruit. The dragon drool grass that nurtured the dragon saliva fruit were all very large. Such a dragon drool grass was definitely in existence that was more than 100,000 years old. It couldn't be better for medicinal pills that were grade 7 and above. After pondering for a moment, Li Ling activated her divine sense and cast out many wood elemental formations. After doing everything, she grabbed with one hand and uprooted everything within a 10-meter radius. Not only were they uprooted, but even the soil was stirred up. He used his divine sense to open the divine dragon ring and quickly put the dragon grass and dragon saliva fruits into the divine dragon ring. Soon, everything was put into his herb garden. The herb garden in the Divine Dragon Ring was 30 miles in size. It was filled with 10,000-year-old herbs and some rare herbs. There were also limitless Tao fruits and 5-element spirit fruits. Tang Qingyue burst into laughter when she saw Li Lingtian uprooting the entire place. The way Li Lingtian was digging up the ground was like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Li Lingtian waved at Tang Qingyue and the others after he was done packing. He then looked at the huge stone wall behind the ambergris fruit. The stone wall seemed to have cut off heaven and earth. Even with Li Lingtian's divine consciousness, he could only see a cliff 10 miles high. He could not see anything higher. Could this be the place where the dragon soul is? Tang Qingyue looked at the cliff and thought of the fruit that had just appeared. If there were no dragons here, there would definitely be no fruit. This should be the place. Li Lingtian nodded, but he did not know how to use the dragon soul jade. He took out the dragon soul jade and examined it carefully. What puzzled Li Lingtian was that the dragon soul jade was not pointing to this place but somewhere else. During this period of time, even though they did not know the direction, the dragon soul jade had some guiding functions. As they approached the direction of the dragon soul, the dragon energy on the dragon soul jade would be more concentrated. This way, Li Lingtian and the rest did not lose their way. Could this be a passageway? Li Lingtian's brows furrowed as he spoke softly. Since the ambergris fruit had appeared in this place, it should be where the dragon soul resided. Moreover, this precipice was not simple either. It could only be connected to mysterious existences like the dragon soul. Following that, Li Lingtian carefully scanned the stone wall with his divine perception. He searched every inch of the wall but he could not find any clues. At that moment, it was noon and the sun was shining down. The dragon soul jade in Li Lingtian's hand emitted a blood-red glow. The glow merged with the sunlight in the sky and formed a strange aura. Whoosh! 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 A gust of wind arose from the flat ground as whirlwinds appeared. The whirlwinds revolved around Li Lingtian. No, they should be revolving around the dragon soul jade. Li Lingtian could not help but be stunned when he saw this. He was an array master, a powerful holy array master, but he could not see through the mechanisms here. This array was completely created by borrowing the power of heaven and earth. The dragon soul jade was a catalyst. It would only appear under the sunlight at noon, which was also the time when the dragon soul jade would unleash its power. Rumble, kacha, kacha. At that moment, a black hole appeared not far from where Li Lingtian was standing. The black hole had a strong suction force. He quickly pulled Li Lingtian in. When Li Lingtian entered the black hole, he grabbed Tang Qingyue and Little White with one hand while Longda flew over automatically and plunged into the black hole without hesitation. Soon, the ground returned to its usual calm. There was nothing unusual about it. It was impossible to tell that such a strange change had occurred in this place. Bang! After some time, Li Lingtian fell to the ground. His 2 hands were still holding Xiao Bai and Tang Qingyue in his arms. No matter what, he would not let the 2 girls separate. It was dangerous everywhere in this place and he would not be at ease if they got separated. Longda also landed on the ground and instinctively sized him up. It was extremely dark inside. If not for their high cultivation, they would not have been able to see anything inside. However, they quickly sized up the place. It was a simple passageway, but it was not small. It was larger than any passageway they had seen before. What powerful dragon energy, that it should be the aura of Yinglong. Little White had absolute authority over dragon energy. Although she did not have much knowledge and did not have much contact with it, she was a miracle of the dragon race after all. She could cultivate the bloodline of the 9-colored divine dragon. She must know a lot about dragon energy and was much more knowledgeable than Li Lingtian. Little White was an innate dragon while Li Lingtian was only a postnatal true dragon body barrier. He could not even be considered a dragon. It's still far. Let's go, but I hope that you will also obtain an opportunity this time. Li Lingtian nodded before he spoke to Xiao Bai and Tang Qingyue. At the end of his speech, he looked at Long De, who was not far away. Xiao Bai and Tang Qingyue naturally held Li Lingtian's arm. With Li Lingtian by their side, they were not afraid even in the zone. Long Da's heart skipped a beat as he revealed an excited expression. Naturally, he understood what Li Lingtian meant. Perhaps he would become a member of the True Dragon clan this time and his cultivation base would advance tremendously. Seeing that Li Lingtian and the other two were walking ahead, he quickly suppressed his excitement and flew forward. Li Lingtian led the two beauties through the dark passageway. He had already confirmed that there were no humans or living creatures in this place. Since it was a place like this, he felt much more at ease. However, no matter what the situation was, he would maintain the highest level of vigilance. Let's speed up. Li Lingtian and the others walked for a full hour, but they were still stuck in the passageway. There was a hint of impatience on their faces. Moreover, the dragon's soul jade pointed in the same direction as this passage, but the distance was very far. With that said, he cast the true dragon body barrier to protect Tang Qingyue and Little White by his side. The light shield surrounded the three of them as they glided swiftly. Without any hesitation, Long De took the lead and led the way in front of Li Lingtian. This was what a loyal subordinate had to do. He had to block any danger for his master. After flying for 3 hours, they finally arrived at the end of the passage. At the end of the passage was a huge palace. There was only one seat in the palace, which was like the throne of an emperor. Boom! At that moment, Li Lingtian felt a destructive pressure appear out of nowhere. The presence of this pressure sent him flying without any resistance. Long De was the first to bear the brunt of the impact, followed by Li Lingtian and the other two. They were sent flying before they finally stopped after hitting the stone wall. Li Lingtian and Long De both spat out a mouthful of blood. Long De had withstood the most powerful pressure and suffered the most damage. Li Lingtian was the one who passed. He had cultivated the true dragon body barrier and was protected by the limitless feather coat. Naturally, he was not worried about dying in the face of the pressure. However, Tang Qingyue and Little White would definitely be injured. He had blocked all the pressure alone so that Tang Qingyue and Little White would not be injured. Little White, protect Sister Blue Moon. Long De, this is where the dragon's soul exists. The two of us will go in. Li Lingtian shouted when he felt the waves of pressure crashing toward him. The situation did not give him the time to think. Little White was a dragon and had an extremely strong defense. Naturally, it would not be affected by the dragon energy. The silver-winged flying dragon shouted as well. With Little White and the silver-winged flying dragon, Tang Qingyue could be saved. With a flash of his body, he forcefully flew towards the source of the pressure. Although Long De was injured, his face was filled with excitement because if he obtained the dragon energy, he could increase his cultivation. As for the dragon's soul, he did not dare to have such thoughts. Fighting for the dragon's soul in front of Li Lingtian was akin to courting death. Chapter 405, Ing Long Ao Lai. Moreover, even if he obtained the dragon's soul, he might not be able to become a dragon. Only by obtaining the true dragon chi and true dragon blood could one become a dragon. This dragon chi could at most increase his cultivation. Furthermore, he was Li Lingtian's subordinate. Naturally, he had to rush to the front and shoulder the risk when he was in danger. The two of them flashed, but with their powerful cultivation in various methods, they could not move fast. True Dragon Body Protection. Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron. Li Lingtian shouted loudly as he unleashed the True Dragon Barrier and the Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron at the same time. Although he didn't know what the Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron did, every time he used it, it would resist some mysterious pressure. Now that he had used it, it proved his experience. With the Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron, all the pressure was directed at him. Tang Qingyue and the others could no longer withstand the pressure. Even Long De, who was beside him, felt a lot less pressure. The heaven and earth creation cauldron kept spinning, and a silver-white light flashed, constantly resisting the pressure of the dragon energy. Boom! Li Lingtian felt a dull thud in his head and his entire body began to spin. A destructive will came crashing down on him and directly bombarded his awareness. His body also disappeared, entering an independent world. His divine sense also entered a spiritual world. In the spiritual world, Li Lingtian's vision was a blur. The blurry world stretched as far as the eye could see and he did not know how big it was. The only person he could see was Long Da. Li Lingtian's vision blurred when he saw Long Da's presence because Long Da's eyes were filled with fear and confusion. Since he had come to a certain spiritual world, why did Long Da also appear in his spiritual world? This was what he did not understand and puzzled about. A surprised voice was heard. The voice was ethereal and uncertain, as if Li Lingtian was in the world of sound and the source of the voice was everywhere. Li Lingtian had no idea why the owner of the voice was so surprised. The only thing he wanted now was his own safety. Without ensuring his own safety, everything else was useless. Why are you surprised? Li Lingtian was no longer surprised by some things. After seeing so many things, he was naturally not surprised. The things that he encountered in this world were bizarre like no one else. Transmigration, reincarnation, rebirth, everything happened to him. Even in this spiritual world, he was very calm and composed. There was no emotion on his face. Instead, there was a smile on his face. This kind of smile made his opponent feel suffocated. Not bad, you're actually still so stable under such circumstances. Your strength is very weak, but your temperament is indeed not bad. The ethereal voice sounded faintly, and there was a hint of praise in it. It surprised him a lot. Nonsense, I'm only 20 years old. If all of them were true gods, wouldn't this world be heaven-defying? But if you give me another 20 years, I'll try. There was a faint smile on Li Lingtian's face. It was not because he was arrogant and complacent, but because he was confident. Too much modesty was pride. He was only 20 years old and had already become a martial honor. Not to mention other places, such an existence could not be found in Green Continent or Azure Continent. If he was given another 20 years, he was absolutely confident that he would become a martial god, or even an existence that surpassed a martial god. I believe you have the ability, aren't you worried when you came to my spiritual world? The ethereal voice sounded calmly. Li Lingtian had no idea where the voice came from but he did not want to look for it. The voice was directed at him and Long Da was ignored. Long Da was shocked when he saw Li Lingtian's expression and his conversation with the mysterious being. This young man was too mysterious. His strength was terrifying, and his methods were shocking. Now, facing such a powerful existence, he was still so calm. Was this strength? And he was even arrogant. Even if he was arrogant, to be arrogant to this extent was also a realm. Even if those martial emperors and martial saints were arrogant outside, they would not have the courage to be arrogant when they met a true expert. Worried? Ha ha. I've never been worried. Things that can be solved can always be solved. Things that can't be solved can never be solved. Since it can't be solved, what's the point of worrying? You're asking for trouble. If it can be solved, there's even less to worry about. Because that's unnecessary. Worrying is asking for trouble. I'm a carefree person and never worry about anything. As if he had just heard the funniest joke, Li Lingtian burst into laughter. He laughed without restraint, wildly, and in an admirable manner. He was filled with heaven-defying existences. He also wanted to know who could kill him. After 2 lifetimes, life and death were already a thing of the past. Furthermore, the divine martial continent was filled with danger. Everyone was licking blood on the edge of a knife. If one was afraid of something, they would be even more unlucky. This place should be the world of the dragon soul, or the spiritual world of a dragon mighty figure. Since that was the case, he could give it a try. A free man, a carefree man. Can he really be carefree? that are you afraid of death? Ethereal's voice trembled as if he was touched by Li Lingtian's words. When he spoke, he was no longer as domineering as before. Instead, he was asking questions, probing questions, and asking for the truth. Afraid of death, sir, although I may not be as strong as you. However, I really look down on you in many aspects. You're an almighty existence that has lived for countless years. Compared to me, you've lived countless times longer. You have more experience than me, so your comprehension is naturally better. However, you are not as good as me in this aspect. I'm afraid of death. Everyone is afraid of death. But sometimes, it's not something that we can choose. Moreover, sometimes, death is a form of relief. Dying meaningfully is often better than living. Li Lingtian was spouting nonsense. These were the sacred words of Taoism, Confucianism, and Buddhism in the past, and they were also his insights in this life. Naturally, he could say it easily. These were all a person's life experience and state of mind. I underestimated you, indeed, a meaningful death is often better than living. Sometimes, death is indeed a release, your background is not simple, but I can't see through it. Tell me your background and I'll make a deal with you. The ethereal voice was no longer ethereal. Instead, it appeared before Li Lingtian as if it was real. Moreover, its tone had become calm. Sir, this doesn't seem fair, since we want to make a deal, we should understand each other. Or rather, if you want to make a deal with me, if I'm not willing to make a deal, 1 foot 11 inches tell you my background. It's not a loss, in this world, the strong are respected. There is no truly fair deal, but this young master is used to fairness. At this time, don't be selfish. Li Lingtian placed his hands behind his back. He was extremely calm as if he was talking to an ordinary person. Long De, who was standing at the side, was already numb to the situation. If he were to encounter such a situation, he would have long lost his mind. You are getting more and more interesting, from the dragon chi on your body. I believe that you have a deep relationship with my dragon clan, that I'm the guardian of the dragon race, Ing Long Ao Lai. An ethereal voice sounded. There was pride in the voice, but after the pride, there was indeed a sense of disappointment. However, the voice shocked Li Lingtian. He did not expect the owner of the voice to be a mighty figure of the dragon tribe, and a Ing Long at that. He cultivated the true dragon body barrier, so he naturally knew some secrets of the dragon clan. This Ing Long Ao Lai was definitely the strongest existence among the Ing dragons. Even if the heavenly dragons saw him, they might not be his match, because he was also the guardian of the dragon clan. However, when the dragon clan disappeared, he also disappeared. So it's Lord Ao Lai of the dragon race's 4 great rain dragons. Li Lingtian's face was filled with surprise. It was a natural surprise, but if he pretended to be calm, it would be an act. After saying that, he unleashed all the true dragon chi in his body and activated the true dragon body barrier. He extended his right hand and gently shook it. The dragon cry battle halberd also appeared in his hand. True dragon chi, dragon roar battle halberd, divine dragon ring. Who are you exactly? How can a human like you possess all the treasures of the dragon clan? When Ao Lai saw all of this, he was also shocked. He was the guardian of the dragon clan, so he naturally knew what all of this represented. It represented the existence of the dragon clan leader. If it had appeared on a true dragon, he would have accepted it. However, it had appeared on a human. He could not accept it even if he was beaten to death. Anything can happen in this world. I'm the reincarnation of the Saint Lord of Nine Yang. I entered Hidden Dragon Island and obtained all of this. I also saw the Golden Dragon Phantom. As for everything else, you don't need to know. I believe you've seen the girl outside who looks exactly like me. She's a 4-color dragon now. This is enough. I believe you don't need to know anything else. Just this is enough. Li Lingtian replied calmly. The golden dragon was the ultimate existence of the dragon tribe. Even though his cultivation base was not high, he controlled everything in the dragon tribe. The golden dragon phantom believed him by giving him these. I understand. Can you let me in to take a look? Yinglong and Ao Lai listened to Li Lingtian's tone. He was no fool. Naturally, the reason for all this was that even the golden dragon trusted this human, so it was only natural that he valued this human greatly. His voice was filled with anticipation. He could instantly wipe out the humans in front of him, but he wanted to see his own race. It was a faith, a spiritual sustenance, and a way to prove that Li Lingtian was not lying to him. You can go in. Li Lingtian did not refuse. He activated the divine dragon ring with his divine consciousness. He could clearly sense a thought entering the divine dragon ring. Li Lingtian was relieved that Ao Lai had entered the ring so easily because he trusted him. Otherwise, he could easily erase the thought in the divine dragon ring with his control. P.S. It has been 2.5 months since the book was published, and the word count has exceeded 1 million. Chapter 406, Third Level Supreme Realm. Soon, that thought appeared again. There was no sound in the air and Li Lingtian could feel a sense of sorrow in this spiritual world. Li Lingtian knew that Ao Lai, the Yinglong, was grieving like he had lost a loved one when he saw the dragon tribe's current situation. Countless years have passed. I can finally be freed. After a long time, Yinglong Ao Lai's voice rang out. His voice was no longer as relaxed as before. Instead, it became very calm, so calm that it made people feel afraid. What do you plan to do? Li Lingtian asked calmly. He wanted to know what Yinglong's plans were. After so many years, Yinglong probably no longer existed. This spiritual world was only a wisp of Yinglong's will. As the guardian of the dragon clan, I can find an excuse to say that I can't resist the heaven-defying destruction. However, no matter what excuse I use, it won't change anything. I'll fulfill your wish. I hope that you won't disappoint me one day. Although you've cultivated the dragon clan's canon, you're still a human. If you can bear my dragon soul, it'll be your fortune, and also the fortune of the dragon clan. As for you, I don't have a choice. You can accept as much as you want. If you want to become a dragon, look for him. Ao Lai seemed to have made up his mind as he spoke slowly. In the end, his tone turned to Longda, who instantly became excited. If he wanted to become a dragon, he would be satisfied even if it was the smallest dragon. Now that he saw the guardian of the dragon race, Ao Lai, how could he not be excited? Moreover, he was not a fool. He naturally understood that he had to increase his cultivation. All right, I won't let you down. Li Lingtian said indifferently. His tone was emotionless but his eyes were serious. He would keep his word. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a destructive will bombard his sea of consciousness. Ah! A miserable scream echoed from beside him. However, Li Lingtian was no longer aware of what was happening outside as his awareness was constantly being attacked by a will. He was certain that this will was the dragon's soul. Even if Yinglong Ao Lai did not want to eliminate him, the dragon's soul was too powerful. He was only a martial-honored realm warrior with only 3 layers of true dragon body protection. How could he withstand the dragon's soul so easily? The dragon's soul was powerful in its destruction. However, despite its powerful will, it was missing something. Li Lingtian knew very well that this was the killing intent. He did not intend to eliminate Li Lingtian but to fulfill his wish. Under such circumstances, if he still could not bear the dragon's soul, it would be too embarrassing and he would be letting down Yinglong and Ao Lai. He was originally a human, but now he had to accept the tempering of the dragon's soul. The tempering of the dragon's soul was not the tempering of the dragon energy. This was completely turning humans into true dragons. How heaven-defying was it to change the race? Although he was still a human after becoming a true dragon, he was still a human. The dragons only treated him as a demon cultivator. The dragon's soul strengthened his divine sense, and his body was also continuously condensed. Yinglong Ao Lai's dragon qi was also continuously emitted, and Longda was also enduring Yinglong Ao Lai's true dragon qi. The current dragon energy tempering was completely different from the dragon energy in the 3,000 worlds. This was because Yinglong had been enlightened and dispersed his cultivation base to benefit Li Lingtian and Longda. Yinglong had long been a soul. It was just that some of the dragon qi had not completely dissipated. Otherwise, forget about enduring the dragon qi. Even if he came here again, he would be directly destroyed by the dragon qi. Screams of agony rang out from Li Lingtian and Longda, but they did not roll around like ruffians. Instead, they focused their energy and refined the destructive dragon energy. Li Lingtian could not be bothered to refine the dragon energy. He could only focus on his spirit and slowly merge with the dragon soul. After an unknown period of time, Li Lingtian's awareness and body had already gone numb. He could not feel his body falling to the ground. Bang! Bang! With two muffled sounds, Tang Qingyue and Xiao Bai saw Li Lingtian and Longda reappear. However, they did fall freestyle after they appeared. At first, they only saw Li Lingtian and Longda disappear. After a full day, although the two were worried, they did not dare to act rashly lest they cause trouble for Li Lingtian. Fortunately, Li Lingtian had appeared. However, he noticed that both Li Lingtian and his companions' faces were contorted. They must be suffering from inhumane pain. Lingtian, big brother. The two ladies cried out in surprise when they saw Li Lingtian's expression. Their hearts ached terribly. Tang Qingyue wanted to go forward, but Little White reacted in time and stopped her. She was also extremely worried and almost went to visit Li Lingtian with Tang Qingyue. However, she quickly stopped when she saw Li Lingtian's dragon energy and his appearance. Since they had signed a friendly contract, they were naturally able to sense each other. She knew that Li Lingtian could not move now. Sister Blue Moon, don't go. Brother is receiving the dragon soul's condensation. Little White sized up Li Lingtian carefully. It was sad to see Li Lingtian in pain, but it was more than happy. As long as Li Lingtian could endure it, his strength would increase greatly. Just like that, Little White and Tang Qingyue looked at Lingtian while the silver-winged flying dragon stood guard at the side. As time passed, the pain on Li Lingtian's face gradually subsided. However, a strange aura appeared on his body. Little White knew that it was the true dragon's qi. Li Lingtian's body continued to sublimate and his strength had reached a level beyond his imagination. Boom! In the palace, Li Lingtian's dragon energy exploded like a whirlwind. The dragon energy continued to flow into Li Lingtian's dantian before it came out again. After one round of condensing, it entered his dantian again. After 9 consecutive cycles, the dragon energy in Li Lingtian's body stabilized. Behind Li Lingtian, 4 dragon shadows appeared. The dragon shadows continued to materialize and slowly grew larger. Instantly, the entire hall was filled with shocking dragon qi. The 4 dragon shadows completely transformed into 4 huge dragons. Roar, 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 roar. The 4 giant dragons roared, and destructive dragon energy wreaked havoc in the hall. True dragon body barrier, 4th level, giant dragon power. Li Lingtian's body erupted with a supreme dragon's might as he shouted excitedly. The 4 giant dragons circled around him in excitement. The dragons changed according to Li Lingtian's mood. This was the true dragon body barrier that he had cultivated. Roar. At this moment, Longda's flood dragon body also appeared. However, his roar was in pain because he was at the edge of the flood dragon and the true dragon. His true body had surpassed a flood dragon, but he lacked something to become a dragon. Li Lingtian looked at Longdaxiang before shifting his gaze to Little White. Little White did not say anything. Without the slightest hesitation, it extended its hand and a drop of blood essence was produced. This drop of blood essence was the blood of a true dragon, real dragon blood. The blood essence carried a shocking dragon aura, and a mysterious and powerful might was emitted from the blood essence. With a flick of his finger, the blood essence shot towards Longda. Longda felt the terrifying dragon energy in this drop of blood essence and opened his eyes. There was no fear in his eyes, but excitement. The blood essence entered Longda's glabella. Immediately, Longda rolled around and roared. It looked like it was in extreme pain. Even the most powerful demon beast could not bear the pain. One could imagine how uncomfortable it was. Longda rolled on the side, continuously refining the true dragon's blood. Li Lingtian stood up and walked to Tang Qingyue's side. After arriving at Tang Qingyue's side, he did not say anything. Instead, he meditated and cultivated. Although he had withstood the dragon's soul and broken through the true dragon body barrier, his realm was still unstable. More importantly, his cultivation realm had also loosened. Third level Supreme Realm, Breakthrough. Half a day passed and Li Lingtian's aura surged. This aura lasted for half an hour as Li Lingtian circulated the heaven and earth reincarnation to circulate the terrifyingly powerful true essence. With a light shout, a faint confident smile appeared on his face. He had already broken through to the second level of the Supreme Realm and reached the third level of the Supreme Realm. When he broke through, Long Zhao had stopped moving and was cultivating at the side. He was now a true dragon, a true dragon. Obtaining a portion of the Yinglong's dragon energy cultivation had already reached his limit. In the end, he obtained the true dragon's blood, causing him to mutate and become a true dragon. Now, it was already a 7th level 5th level transformed demonic beast. Calling it a demonic beast now was a little insulting because it was already a dragon, which was a 7th level 5th level dragon. Although his cultivation was powerful, his level was only that of a small wyvern. Congratulations, Ling Tian. Congratulations, big brother. When the two ladies saw that Li Lingtian had opened his eyes and his realm had gradually stabilized, they congratulated him happily. Li Lingtian's true dragon body barrier had reached the giant dragon power and his cultivation had reached the third heaven martial honored realm. All sorts of abilities had soared. Thank you, young master and princess, for your help. At this moment, Longda had also finished his cultivation. He came before Li Lingtian and bowed respectfully to Li Lingtian and then to Little White. He knew that Little White was the supreme princess of the dragon clan, but she was still under Li Lingtian's command. Furthermore, Li Lingtian was also a member of the dragon clan. More importantly, the dragon clan depended on him. In other words, the true master of the dragon clan was Li Lingtian. He was extremely grateful that Li Lingtian and Little White had granted his wish without hesitation. Furthermore, he was a member of the dragon clan after becoming a true dragon. Naturally, he was bound by the dragon clan's rules. This is your fortune. You're now a level 5 rank 7 martial emperor, which is equivalent to a level 5 martial emperor. However, with your cultivation and true dragon chi, even a level 6 martial emperor won't be able to defeat you. However, you're still a flying dragon. I'll lend this to you temporarily. If you become a flying dragon one day and perform well, I'll give it to you. Li Lingtian summoned the roaring dragon combat halberd with his divine consciousness. As he spoke, he erased the divine consciousness on the weapon. This divine consciousness belonged to him and he had refined it. Although the roaring dragon combat halberd was a supreme treasure of the dragon clan, he had many treasures now. If Longda obtained this roaring dragon combat halberd, his strength would soar by a level. Longda was his subordinate. When Longda used the Dragon Cry battle halberd, it was like he was using the Dragon Cry battle halberd. It was equivalent to him using several top-notch treasures at the same time. Chapter 407, Longda's Loyalty, 1. Naturally, he would not treat his subordinates unfairly. Giving the treasure to Longda was also a disguised investment, and it was also a disguised way to increase his strength. After everything was done, Li Lingtian handed the roaring dragon combat halberd to Longda with a serious look in his eyes. I swear my loyalty to the young master and the princess. If I'm disloyal, I'll be struck by lightning and my cultivation will never improve. I'll be stuck in the cycle of reincarnation forever. Longde knelt down. His eyes were red. He was extremely excited, but he was even more serious. He never expected Li Lingtian to turn him into a true dragon so quickly and even give him the dragon tribe's ultimate treasure. It was the dragon clan's most precious treasure, the dragon roaring halberd. If he had this treasure, his strength would increase by a huge margin. More importantly, this dragon roaring halberd represented the dragon clan's god of war. Remember what you said. I can grant your wish, and I can also destroy you in an instant. As long as you don't do anything that harms the dragon clan or disobeys me, I can let you go. Remember, you are now a member of the true dragon clan, so you should be proud of it. The responsibility is always more than the glory. Li Lingtian's entire body was emitting dragon's might. Just because he had given him the roaring dragon combat halberd did not mean that he would allow him to do evil. The combination of kindness and might was a common and most effective method for any intelligent race. This subordinate understands. Longde did not say anything else and nodded seriously. Following that, Li Lingtian and the others did not leave the palace. Instead, they cultivated there. Although his cultivation had reached the third heaven, revered martial artist and his true dragon body barrier had reached level 4 dragon power, he had to stabilize his realm. He had to adapt to the powerful strength brought about by the breakthrough and also control the true essence and dragon energy in his body. He was also a member of the true dragon clan now, and his physique was extremely strong. With his cultivation at the third level of the supreme realm, coupled with the true dragon body barrier, and the limitless feather coat, he could even withstand a full-force attack from a 9th level supreme realm expert. With such a powerful physique and all sorts of defenses, even a full-powered strike from a saint tool would be able to withstand it without being injured. If other experts were to find out about this physique, they would definitely vomit blood. Li Lingtian spent most of his time cultivating the true dragon body barrier to stabilize his giant dragon power, which allowed him to unleash 4 giant dragons. The power of the giant dragons was extremely terrifying. The 4 giant dragons could directly destroy any martial artist below the martial supreme realm. No martial supreme realm expert could withstand the strangulation of the 4 giant dragons. He spent a portion of his time using the heaven and earth reincarnation technique to stabilize the 3rd level martial honored realm and the martial soul of the 5 elements perfection as the foundation. This way, his realm would stabilize very quickly. 10 days later, Li Lingtian left the palace and returned the way he came. After returning to the outside world, he found a place suitable for cultivation to stay. As usual, Guardian Long and Li Lingtian were cultivating in the cave. Li Lingtian had to constantly evolve his various skills to achieve a breakthrough in his realm. This way, he could unleash his full potential. True essence cultivation was only his capital, while his skills were the true means to destroy his enemies. Skills were a medium to unleash the greatest power of true essence. With the cultivation of a 3rd level revered martial artist, the power of skills was naturally much stronger. Lingtian, what did you and Longde encounter that day? At night, when Li Lingtian was done cultivating and sleeping, Tang Qingyue snuggled up to him with a shy expression on her face. Even though the two of them did not advance further, they were still a virgin and a conservative girl. By sleeping with Li Lingtian, she had already considered herself as Li Lingtian's woman. Even so, she had mustered up her courage. Otherwise, she would not be able to stand next to Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian rested his arm under Tang Qingyue's neck and placed his palm on her back. The smooth and delicate skin made his heart flutter. The feeling was wonderful to the extreme. Naturally, he knew what Tang Qingyue meant. She had followed him in this time as if she was alone with Li Lingtian. She could not muster the courage to do so when she was outside with her sisters. Longde and I entered Yinglong Ao Lai's spiritual world. Yinglong gave me his dragon soul and fulfilled my wish. Li Lingtian recounted everything that happened in Ao Lai's spiritual world. The 2 ladies were extremely excited. Although it looked simple, the danger involved was simply unimaginable. I didn't expect Yinglong to be in this place. I wonder what kind of destruction happened to the dragon race in the past. Little White's face revealed a trace of desolation. She was the dragon princess of the dragon clan, the only princess, and the supreme princess. However, the dragon clan had become like this, and she felt extremely uncomfortable. Don't worry. As long as I become a divine dragon, I'll be able to reverse all of this. Li Lingtian consoled Little White softly. Although he sounded relaxed, it was extremely difficult and insignificant to reach the divine dragon level. He was very lucky to have reached the level of a giant dragon by chance. If he wanted to reach the level of a holy dragon, he would definitely surpass the existence of the martial god. Brother, you guys can be intimate. I'm going back to the dragon energy of the 3,000 worlds to cultivate for a while. Little White forced a smile and looked at Tang Qingyue. All right then. Cultivate for a period of time. When you think of something, just call me. Li Lingtian nodded and activated the divine dragon ring with his divine consciousness. Little White's figure disappeared, and when it reappeared, it was already inside the divine dragon ring. If it was anyone else, he would not be at ease. However, Little White was a dragon, so it could cultivate in the divine dragon ring. Even the demons could cultivate in the divine dragon ring. Although humans could cultivate inside, the time they could cultivate was limited. If they exceeded a certain time, something would happen inside. After Xiaobai left, Tang Qingyue leaned her head on Li Lingtian's body and enjoyed the warmth. Ling Tian, is there anything else we need to do in the Lost Forest? Tang Qingyue said gently. Although they didn't go any further, they both understood each other's intentions and didn't feel awkward at all. My cultivation has broken through now, and my strength has also improved. However, I haven't adapted to my various skills yet. During this period of time, I can train in the Lost Forest. Besides, we have to eliminate the experts of the House of Storms one by one. At least, we won't let them threaten the Queen's palace. Li Lingtian's palm moved across Tang Qingyue's back as he softly voiced his plan. Ling Tian, I want to be your wife. When the time comes, I'll marry you together with Meng Meng. Tang Qingyue mustered up her courage and said it. To her, this was a confession. She did not know how to explain it to Li Lingtian, so she could only use this expression to prove herself. Aren't you worried about Meng Meng? You don't regret it? Li Lingtian looked at Tang Qingyue. Even though he was on the verge of bursting with blood, he had to remind her that there was no reason for him not to like such a peerless beauty. No, we said that we would marry you together, but in the end, I came to the Azure continent. After Tang Qingyue finished speaking, she kissed him on the lips. She used this action to prove that she did not regret it and liked him. Chapter 408, Roasted Rabbit, 1. Li Lingtian had a faint smile on his face as he looked at Tang Qingyue, who was sleeping soundly. He thought back to when he was in Green Island. He rarely saw Tang Qingyue when he played with Tang Zimeng. In the end, he met her a few times in Sky Cloud's sect, and was even frightened by Tang Qingyue. At that time, he was too weak. Facing the powerful Dishi family, he was completely afraid, so he dared not provoke Tang Qingyue. Who would have thought that in Sky Dragon Empire, the relationship between the two of them would be further pulled, and in the end, they would even give him the Yin blood. As a result, Li Lingtian was at a loss. However, after Tang Qingyue was brought to the Tsang continent, he made up his mind to rescue her. Now that Tang Qingyue was by his side, and the two of them had reached this stage, he was extremely satisfied. With such a peerless ice beauty in love, what else could he not be satisfied with? Unknowingly, Tang Qingyue woke up as well. It was already very early, but she was really tired after the two of them had sex just now, so she fell asleep. However, she woke up very quickly. When she saw Li Lingtian looking at her, she felt embarrassed. However, she let go of him immediately because she had already transformed from a girl into a woman and became Li Lingtian's woman. Since she had already done such a thing, there was nothing to be shy about. She might be an icy beauty on the outside, but when she fell in love with someone, she would put all her gentleness on the person she loved. "You're tired. Go to sleep first," Li Lingtian said gently as he gently caressed Tang Qingyue's smooth face. This action only existed between lovers. "I know you were worried about me just now. Tomorrow, Blue Moon will serve you well." Tang Qingyue buried her face in Li Lingtian's chest as she spoke softly. Even though she was a virgin, she was not a fool. She could sense that Li Lingtian was being careful when they were being intimate. Naturally, she understood that Li Lingtian was concerned about her first time, which was why he allowed her to rest first. Li Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. It was definitely the most tempting thing for a peerless ice beauty to say such words. Her heart was burning, but she could only hold it in. It was Tang Qingyue's first time, so she couldn't do anything reckless. Although she was very excited during the pleasure, it would definitely be bad for her health later. Soon, both of them fell asleep again. The night passed without a word. The next day, Li Lingtian cultivated as usual. Tang Qingyue cultivated as usual, but her gaze toward Li Lingtian had become gentler. It was normal for the two of them to be intimate. Although she was still a little shy, she was much better than before. Li Lingtian had cultivated to a certain extent. Seeing the rich spirit qi here, he began to refine elixirs. Such dense spiritual energy was just enough to refine a 5th or 6th grade medicinal pill. He spent a month refining pills. He spent the entire month refining Tier 5 and Tier 6 pills, but he did not attempt to refine a Tier 7 great rejuvenating pill. This was because he had not prepared such a pill yet. Moreover, he still had a few medicinal herbs that he had not gathered. When he had gathered all the medicinal herbs, he would also try it. During the month, Li Lingtian refined elixirs and cultivated his skills during the day. At night, he studied alchemy and cultivation techniques while cultivating heaven and earth reincarnation and true dragon's body barrier. However, this was only during cultivation time. When it was time to sleep, he would have sex with Tang Qingyue. Tang Qingyue had just tasted the forbidden fruit, so she was naturally not tired of it. In the first 2 days, she still could not let go, but in the end, she did. She had also learned how a woman should serve a man. Unlike before, Li Lingtian was no longer the only one serving her. Now, the intimacy between the two of them had reached an unprecedented peak. She finally understood why a man could make a woman so comfortable, and also understood that some girls like to follow men like this. As time passed, Li Lingtian's cultivation base had completely stabilized and his abilities had improved across the board. "Come, let's go around and see how many people are left in the Kanglan building." Li Lingtian led Tang Qingyue out of the cave. After washing up, he shouted at the dragon. With that said, they walked forward. Tang Qingyue naturally held Li Lingtian's arm and her proud and powerful breasts clamped onto Li Lingtian's arm, gently rubbing it. Li Lingtian enjoyed it for a while as the two of them were extremely intimate. Long Da followed behind him. During this period of time, he had also refined the Dragon Cry battle halberd. He was now a member of the dragon race, so it was even easier for him to use the supreme treasure of the dragon race. With a level 5 rank 7 cultivation base, true dragon chi, and the dragon roar battle halberd, he would be invincible even if he encountered a 7th heaven martial emperor expert. With a subordinate like Long Da, Li Lingtian was not in the mood to make a move. Along the way, Long Da had killed all the 6th and 7th rank demonic beasts he encountered. He was absolutely excited about such a thing. The materials and inner cores of the killed demon beasts would be quickly cleaned up and stored away. Li Lingtian was not a battle maniac either. Naturally, he would not attack casually. His cultivation was to protect himself, his dignity, and his woman, not to kill. With Long Da by his side, he did not need to make a move at all. However, he would not neglect his own cultivation because he still had to rely on himself when it was truly important. Long Da was powerful, but compared to even stronger experts, it was not just strength, but also experience, wisdom, and luck. Rumble, rumble. Along the way, the same voice kept repeating. It was unknown how many times it had appeared. Every time the sound was heard, a 5th, 6th, or 7th rank demonic beast would die. Even a 7th rank demonic beast in human form would die in the face of Long Da's dragon roar battle halberd. Similarly, any encounter with the powerhouses from the House of Storms would be meaningless. Li Lingtian could not be bothered to touch the other powerhouses. Tang Qingyue and Li Lingtian were searching for medicinal herbs and playing along the way like ordinary people without any cultivation. Tang Qingyue's laughter could be heard at any time. Li Lingtian could not stop laughing. It was the first time he was so happy. Tang Qingyue was older than him by a year, but she was like a little girl in front of Li Lingtian. She was jumping around happily. Only in front of the man she loved would she show her most beautiful side, her gentlest and purest side. Sister Qingyue will return in 2 days. That's all for now. Li Lingtian said as he watched General Long kill a first firmament martial emperor from House of Storms. Counting the number, there were not many experts who had entered the House of Storms. With this little strength, even if they went out, they would not be a match for the Queen's palace. Moreover, there were people waiting outside. If he did not go out, the people outside would definitely be worried. Yeah, there's still Sister Yuyan and the others waiting outside. Otherwise, they'll be worried. Tang Qingyue nodded. A girl was selfish for the person she loved, but she understood that Li Lingtian was not hers alone. Besides, a warrior would spend a lot of time cultivating. Having 1 or 2 more women by Li Lingtian's side would not affect their relationship. Furthermore, the girls around Li Lingtian were all peerless beauties, so she was not jealous at all. As long as she was in Li Lingtian's heart, she would be satisfied. Let's go. Li Lingtian smiled as he pulled Tang Qingyue toward a pool. He then instructed Long Da to hunt down a few small wild beasts before skinning and cleaning the rabbits. Long Da then found a large pile of firewood. After Li Lingtian sorted out a few rabbits, he cast a blazing flame and set the firewood on fire. Just you wait. Li Lingtian found a sturdy branch and skewered the 4 rabbits that he had cleaned up together. He then placed them over the fire and roasted them. He also threw a strange plant into the fire. The sound of flowers and grass wafted over the roasted rabbit. 20 minutes later, waves of fragrance wafted out. Long Dadu kept grunting as his eyes stared intently at the rabbit that had been roasted to a golden yellow on the flames. In the end, Li Lingtian sprinkled some salt on the rabbit and a creaking oil fragrance wafted out. Gradually, the flames were extinguished, and 4 golden roasted rabbits were ready. Li Lingtian removed the 2 roasted rabbits and handed them to Long Da, who looked excited and excited. After all, they were of different statuses. He did not expect Li Lingtian to not treat him as a servant at all. This is for you. Try out my ability. Li Lingtian tore off a rabbit leg and wrapped it in a leaf so that Tang Qingyue would not be scalded. It smells so good, Lingtian. How did you manage to roast such fragrant rabbit meat? Tang Qingyue had long been attracted by the fragrance. She eagerly accepted the rabbit meat Li Lingtian handed her. She felt a surge of happiness when she saw how careful Li Lingtian was. This was because Li Lingtian had always protected her. No matter what the situation was, he would always think for her. She had never felt such care and consideration before. At this moment, she didn't care about anything else. She put a piece of rabbit meat into her mouth and immediately became excited. Li Lingtian was elated to see Tang Qingyue's blissful expression. After that, Tang Qingyue took the rest of the rabbit legs and ate 2 pieces of rabbit meat. Long Dalian had finished the bones of the 2 rabbits. In fact, Li Lingtian's control over the flames had already made the bones crispy. The 4 rabbits were dealt with just like that. Tang Qingyue walked to the other side of the pool to wash up, her face full of satisfaction. I didn't expect young master to have such ability. Long Da could not help but exclaim in excitement. He was unable to discern Li Lingtian's true strength, but he did not expect the young master with such terrifying strength to be so formidable in this aspect. I have many abilities. Li Lingtian smiled as he washed up by the pool. He was definitely an expert when it came to handling underlings. Outside his bottom line, he could relax and get along with the people below him, but when he did things, he would be meticulous. As long as he didn't cross his bottom line, it would be fine. If he crossed his bottom line, it would be death. Chapter 409, Returning to the War God. Following that, Li Lingtian brought Tang Qingyue back the way they came. There were countless demonic beasts in the Lost Forest. Although he did not encounter any 8th-rank demonic beasts, there were definitely 8th-rank demonic beasts. He had already obtained the dragon's soul, so there was naturally no need for him to stay here. Moreover, the benefits of the dragon's soul he obtained this time were that he had broken through to the 3rd level of the Supreme Realm and the true dragon body protection had reached the 4th level. It had also allowed him to achieve the true dragon body. However, the true benefit was that his physique had become terrifyingly powerful. Moreover, the dragon's soul of Yinglong Ao Lai had not been completely digested. When he attacked the power of Yinglong, there would be endless benefits. Similarly, although he had the dragon power now, there was a trace of the Yinglong power in the dragon power. The true dragon body protection was also stronger than usual. Others thought that obtaining a dragon's soul could allow one to reach the cultivation of an 8th-rank demonic beast, but they had all underestimated the power of a dragon's soul. It was far from being as simple as an 8th-rank demonic beast. After a month, the two of them flew at a moderate speed and finally arrived in front of the restriction of the Lost Forest. When they returned, there were still countless experts entering. There were even disciples of martial kings. Since the Lost Forest was open, it would naturally not close. All the experts could also search for treasures, find medicinal herbs, and hunt demonic beasts inside. Whoosh! Li Lingtian held Tang Qingyue's little hand as his body flashed and entered the ripples on the stone wall. With a slight sound, the two of them appeared on the other side, which was Dragon Valley. Long Da also came out. After coming out, he also saw that many martial artists were still hesitating whether to enter or not. Without saying a word, Li Lingtian and his companion flew away. There was no need for them to stay in this place. Wasn't that young man just now young noble Lingtian? Li Lingtian, a martial arts grandmaster, exclaimed. Others might not know Li Lingtian, but he did. A few years ago, the most famous genius in Green Continent was young Master Lingtian. He was also from Green Island, so he naturally knew Li Lingtian. That's right, you only just recognized him. You must definitely provoke young noble Lingtian. Another martial arts grandmaster powerhouse only dared to speak when he saw Li Lingtian's back disappearing into the horizon. That's right. No one below a martial emperor is his match. Yao Hao was still shocked when he thought of Li Lingtian's strength. What shocked him even more was that young Master Lingtian was destroyed by the god's wrath a few years ago. How could he appear here unscathed? No one below the martial emperor realm is his match? Qingli looked at Yao Hao as if he was a monster. Although the two of them had not known each other for long, they had worked together to kill a few powerful demon beasts, so their relationship was not bad. What's wrong, that isn't it? Yao Hao looked at Qingli's eyes and knew that there must be something he didn't know. He had only been in the Azure continent for less than a month, so he naturally didn't know anything. Sigh, you've only just arrived in the Azure continent. There are so many things that you don't know. He wiped out the Dishi family and the House of Storm single-handedly. The war god killed a martial emperor in seconds, and an 8th-level gorilla became his pet. No one in the Azure continent dares to provoke him. Even the experts of the House of Storms in the past had to flee far away. In front of him, a martial emperor is nothing but an ant. Furthermore, he's the first alchemy saint of the Azure continent, an honorary elder of the Alchemy Guild, and a Saint Array master. The more Qingli spoke, the more excited he became. Such a legendary figure, no one would not admire him. Such a figure, no one would not be afraid of him. In the past 2 years, this young man had completely overturned the Azure continent and caused the three superpowers of the Azure continent to reshuffle. What? Alchemy Saint. Holy Array Master, Martial Honor? Exterminate Dishi family and House of Storms, the strongest warrior in the Azure continent. Yao Hao was stunned. It was as if his soul had been sent flying. It took him a long time to wake up. Becoming a martial arts grandmaster in Azure continent was already so heaven-defying that no one in the entire Azure continent dared to provoke him. Even the four great empires dared to extort him. He did not expect that in just a few years, he had actually become a saint alchemist and a saint array master. He had even reached the legendary supreme realm. Wasn't this too heaven-defying? What kind of person was this? He was the strongest wherever he went. He was an overlord wherever he went. Wherever he went, he was earth-shattering. While the two martial arts grandmasters were discussing, Li Lingtian and Tang Qingyue were already 1,000 miles away. Tang Qingyue's cultivation was already a Tier 1 martial arts grandmaster. However, she would not unleash her cultivation when she was with Li Lingtian. It was always Li Lingtian who brought her away. In front of Li Lingtian, she was just a little girl. She was Li Lingtian's little woman. Lingtian, do you think big sister Yuyan misses us? Tang Qingyue was hugged by Li Lingtian as she snuggled happily beside him. The true dragon's protective light shield covered the two of them as they glided rapidly in the air. There was no jolt at all, as if they were standing steadily on the ground. Yes, we've been in the Lost Forest for more than 2 months. They'll naturally be worried about us. Aren't you afraid that they'll laugh at you? Li Lingtian looked at Tang Qingyue with a hint of a smile in his eyes. I'm not afraid. I'm your woman. What's there to be embarrassed about? Besides, Qingling, Sister Yuyan, and Mei are still with you. I'm not afraid of this little sister Ge. Tang Qingyue said with a smile. Among these peerless beauties, only Xiao Bai and Ge were not with Li Lingtian. Yet, the two little beauties were clinging to Li Lingtian every day. They looked extremely intimate. Naturally, she could see the smile in Li Lingtian's eyes. He was obviously teasing her. Her heart was filled with sweetness. No one dared to bully her when she was with Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian protected her and doted on her in every way. No matter how powerful a woman's cultivation base was, it was better for her to have a man whom she liked and who liked her to take care of her. She had done it herself. She liked Li Lingtian, and Li Lingtian liked her in return. She knew that she was beautiful, but she knew that Li Lingtian was not doing it because of her beauty. With Li Lingtian's strength and charm, there was no beauty in the world who would not fall for him. You. Li Lingtian extended his hand and gently tapped Tang Qingyue's round nose with a faint smile on his face. Soon, the two of them arrived above the sea. Their divine senses moved, and a few spells were cast. Immediately, a rumble sounded in the air. The war god appeared in the distance and flew toward Li Lingtian. When Li Lingtian appeared, all the warriors came out to welcome him. Their faces were filled with joy. Although nobody could threaten them with the war god, it was different with Li Lingtian as he was their backbone. Welcome back, young master. Congratulations, young master. Your cultivation base has increased greatly. Congratulations. Congratulations, young madam. In an instant, more than 200 powerhouses on the war god came out to congratulate Li Lingtian. They were all extremely excited when they saw Li Lingtian's cultivation base skyrocketing. Moreover, they also discovered that Long Da's return this time was very different from before. It was obvious that his cultivation had increased a lot. Li Lingtian nodded his head one by one before finally arriving at the top. A few girls had been waiting for him for a long time and their faces were filled with excitement. Excitement was mixed with concern. After all, Li Lingtian had to deal with the powerhouses from the House of Storms and enter the Lost Forest to search for the dragon's soul. Swoosh. The restriction was activated and Li Lingtian entered the restriction. Tang Qingyue did not move away but clung to Li Lingtian's arm. Naturally, the girls understood what was going on. Li Lingtian and Tang Qingyue's relationship must have reached that stage. Naturally, Longda stayed behind to guard the war god. Now that he was a true member of the dragon tribe and had been bestowed the roaring dragon halberd by Li Lingtian, it was only natural that he had to protect the war god, Li Lingtian, and the girls. Tang Qingyue let go of Li Lingtian after they entered the restriction. Shun Mei, and the others naturally had to be intimate with Li Lingtian. It was impossible for her to hoard Li Lingtian all the time. Besides, her sisters were all living on the war god. It was easy for her to be intimate with Li Lingtian. Husband, young master, big brother. The few girls surrounded Li Lingtian happily. Huangfu Yuyan did not have the slightest scruples and was completely at ease as she chattered away like a little girl. Li Lingtian looked at the girls who had been separated for more than 2 months and he missed them dearly. In the end, Li Lingtian half reclined on the chair and enjoyed Huangfu Yuyan and Shun Mei's massage while eating the spirit fruit. He slowly recounted everything that had happened in the Lost Forest. Tang Qingyue also told him about the fun things that had happened in the Lost Forest. Big brother, you don't even bring me. Next time there's such a fun thing, you must bring Ge along. When Ge heard Tang Qingyue mention that there was something fun inside, she immediately pouted her rosy lips and twisted Li Lingtian's arm in a coquettish manner. The girls burst into laughter. Ge and Li Lingtian were senior siblings, so they knew that Li Lingtian treated Ge as his sister and doted on her like a treasure. The girls also liked Ge, this little sister. There was no one who didn't like a beautiful elf princess. Good, good. If you shake me a few more times, you'll tear apart my old bones. Li Lingtian felt helpless. Ge was like a precious gem in his heart and he had to take care of everything himself. She had acted coquettishly with him many times, so he could only let her be. Big brother, aren't you embarrassed? You're a martial honor. Are you old at the age of 20? You're the #1 genius in the world, the most handsome man in the world, and the most charming man. Gyl's jade-like fingers kept counting, praising Li Lingtian to the skies. Yeah, I'm the #1 genius in the world. I'm the most handsome man in the world. I'm the most charming man in the world. Li Lingtian put on a narcissistic look and the girls burst into laughter. They did not expect Li Lingtian to be so funny. However, the girls knew in their hearts that there were not many who could surpass Li Lingtian. He was also the most dashing and charming man who could make all the girls in the world fall for him. Chapter 410, The Demon Race's Interception. The few pretty girls chattered non-stop and Li Lingtian could only answer whatever he asked. After half an hour, Li Lingtian finally finished explaining what happened in the Lost Forest. Entering the Lost Forest this time was the easiest adventure he had ever had in his life. There wasn't much danger, but he had obtained a lot of benefits. Such a thing was originally a very good opportunity for a treasure hunter. However, for an expert, obtaining a treasure like this was a little too easy. It was inevitable that it would lack some excitement. Li Lingtian ordered Yifeng to steer the war god towards Azure Continent. There was no point in staying in Azure Continent, so he decided to return to Azure Continent first. Even the war god would need half a year to travel from Azure Continent to Azure Continent, and they would have to cross the Endless Sea. The war god was in a big city in Azure Continent. After collecting countless daily necessities and supplies, it began to fly quickly towards Azure Continent. A 200-mile-long silver monster was floating in the air at an extremely fast speed. The booming sound made countless powerful warriors and demon beasts retreat. The war god was flying at high speed while Li Lingtian was cultivating in his room. He wanted to cultivate all kinds of heaven-tier divine powers to the extreme. At his cultivation level, his enemies were all martial supremes and martial emperors. Naturally, he would not use earth-tier skills. If he did not cultivate the heaven-ranked divine power to the extreme, he would not have much confidence in facing a martial emperor. His heaven-grade divine powers were mainly the wrath of the gods, the extreme destruction of gods, and the great cloud palm. These were the three he cared about the most. However, his trump cards were indeed the heaven-destroying sword formation and the tyrant saber art. The protective divine power was naturally the true dragon body protection. This was an existence that could save one's life. As for the treasures, they were the heavenly fault sword, the Tianyu sword, and the heaven extreme tyrant emperor saber. He had mastered all of them, but there were still many skills and treasures that he had not mastered, such as the god-destroying wind and thunder slash and the heaven-measuring chaos ruler. These were all extremely mysterious treasures. Even the heaven and earth creation cauldron was not fully under his control. There were also some mysterious treasures that he did not even have the time to look at because he had to spend his time on cultivation. He had to grasp the things he controlled first. Otherwise, it would be useless no matter how much he learned. However, during this period of time, Li Lingtian spent his free time refining various treasures. Needless to say, he could not refine the heaven-measuring chaos ruler and the tempest annihilation slash. Time passed by day by day. The war god had arrived at the edge of the Azure continent, the Ao Shao Sea. As long as they passed through the Ao Shao Sea, they would be able to enter the Azure continent. However, the war god had only entered the sea for less than a day when it encountered trouble. On this day, Li Lingtian was in the midst of his cultivation when an alarm sounded. This alarm was only heard when the war god was under a destructive attack. For the war god to call the police, there must be a martial emperor attacking the war god. Li Lingtian stopped his training and left the room quickly. He came to the war god's exterior and sized it up. The war god's defensive array formation was constantly being destroyed. Although the damaged array formation was repairing itself, the war god would definitely be destroyed if this continued. There were more than 100 powerhouses floating in the air. All of them were martial-honored powerhouses. Moreover, there were more than 10 martial emperor powerhouses in the middle. One of them had even reached the peak of the 6th-level martial emperor realm. The terrifying demonic attacks continued to bombard the war god. The defensive power of the array formation against the demonic attacks was greatly reduced. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been bombarded like this. Li Lingtian, you're finally out. I thought you were going to be a coward. A young man in black shouted loudly when he saw Li Lingtian on the war god. His face was filled with arrogance, completely disregarding the war god that everyone feared. Demons, enemies really meet on a narrow road. I didn't expect you to be waiting here for a long time. Tell me, young Master Nanling, do you think you can mobilize so many people to kill me with your status? With Li Lingtian's appearance, all the powerhouses stopped attacking the war god. Instead, they stood in front of the war god and blocked its path. A faint smile appeared on Li Lingtian's face as he looked at the young man before him. His heart was a little heavy. He did not expect young Master Nanling to still dare to come after escaping the last time. He must be confident of something. Moreover, with Li Lingtian's reputation, these martial emperors and revered martial artists would definitely be courting death if they came to kill him. Since it was a suicidal act, they should not have done it, but they had to. Besides, with young Master Nanling's status, it was impossible for him to mobilize so many experts to kill him, unless it was young Master Ming Shao. You're Li Lingtian? Who are you? The 6th-level martial emperor elder asked coldly. There was a faint demonic aura around him, but it was extremely pure. Moreover, his entire body was emitting a deathly aura, causing Li Lingtian to feel a little uncomfortable. That's right. What do you want to teach me? Li Lingtian replied calmly. A 6th firmament martial emperor was very powerful. If it were not for Long Da, he would have been worried. However, with Long Da's help, he would not be worried. Moreover, his cultivation was not weak anymore, so he could naturally give it a try. Come out and die, that I will let you die with an understanding. I am Xia Tian, that you shouldn't have provoked the House of Storms. The eldest young master is already angry. The consequences are very serious. Xia Tian stared coldly at Li Lingtian and was stunned. Although he had heard of Li Lingtian's reputation, he did not expect him to be so young. Furthermore, he was only a third heaven martial honor. When he came to the Azure continent, some people had already commented on Li Lingtian's strength. However, he had never taken a martial honor seriously. No matter how powerful a supreme realm expert was, he was no match for a martial emperor. The opponent was only relying on the war god and the tier 8 gorilla demon. As long as they destroyed the war god, they would be able to kill Li Lingtian. According to the news from the Devil's Soul Palace, the gorilla demon had fallen into a deep slumber and was no longer a threat. That was why he was relieved to deal with Li Lingtian. Naturally, Li Lingtian did not know that Elder Tian Yin of the House of Storms had a daughter who had married into Serenity Plains and became the concubine of the Serenity Plains' eldest young master. Although she was only a concubine, the Serenity Plains' eldest young master was of a high status. Naturally, he would not stand by and watch when he heard the concubine's complaints. I see, that it turns out that the House of Storms has Yuzhou behind it. Not bad, not bad. Li Lingtian now understood that young Master Nanling did not have such authority with his status. However, the Asmodean clan's eldest young master had such authority. It turned out that the House of Storms was backed by the Serenity Plains. If he wiped out the House of Storms, he would naturally offend the Serenity Plains. He thought it was funny. He had dealt with the demon experts several times, but he had never eliminated them. Now, they had finally come to him. The reason why they came to find him was not because of anything else, but because of the Kanglan building. It seemed that the forces in this world were really complicated. Come out and die. Xia Tian said coldly. He was displeased that Li Lingtian, a martial-honored realm warrior, was so calm and collected. Do you think you can escape from me just because you're a 6th-level martial emperor? Li Lingtian was puzzled. Everyone in the world knew that he had a gorilla demon, so why did these people still dare to come and die? As he spoke, he looked at the martial emperor powerhouses with an unchanged expression. Hee, if you had a gorilla demon, we wouldn't have come to kill you so easily. However, your gorilla demon has already fallen. You're just a mere revered martial artist. With this war god, do you think you can fight a martial emperor? Xia Tian was furious. This young man in front of him was still bragging under such circumstances. He even said that they were not confident of escaping. Oh, I see. Since that's the case, I'll show you the true power of the war god. Li Lingtian shot a look at Yi Feng before the war god shook slightly with a loud boom. 16 silver pillars appeared once again, and light shadows blasted out. The space trembled as well. In the middle of the pillar, a destructive light shadow erupted. It was obvious that this light shadow was different from the other light shadows. Rumble. A series of explosions rang out as countless powerhouses flashed. However, facing the wargod's attacks, not a single one of them died. Especially the pillar in the middle. The light projection it emitted directly killed the martial emperor powerhouse. This pillar was powered by the inner core of a 7th-rank demonic beast, while the other pillars were powered by the inner cores of 5th-rank and 6th-rank demonic beasts. Boom, 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 ah. Waves of explosions and miserable cries sounded as Supreme Realm and Martial Monarch Realm experts died continuously. The elites on the war god also launched their attacks. Although they couldn't kill the opponent, they could use their attacks to block the opponent's attacks and reduce the threat to the war god. This was also their duty, specifically to protect the war god. The terrifying demonic energy had already enveloped the war god, and the arrays on the war god were also being broken. There were only a few Martial Monarch Realm experts and 100 Supreme Realm experts left. Only young Master Nanling, Xia Tian, and the others survived. There were only 5 Martial Emperor powerhouses in total. Although the other martial honors and martial emperors were killed, the war god was also corroded by the endless demonic chi. Although the war god's defense was strong, the demonic chi's corrosion of the array formation was far beyond Li Lingtian's expectations. Crash. The 3,000+ defensive arrays were completely eroded. It was like a bubble that had been punctured. The war god was exposed to the air, without any defense. Instantly, a shocking demonic aura swept towards all the experts. Countless martial venerables and martial monarchs were attacked by the demonic chi, and their faces turned pale. If this continued, even if they were not attacked by the demonic chi, they would be corroded by the demonic chi. Only the top 3 floors of the war god were not corroded by the demonic QJ. This was because Li Lingtian had added a defensive formation to the array formation on the top floor to prevent the demonic chi from corroding. Li Lingtian, surrender now. Xia Tian arrived before the war god. When he saw the defenseless war god and the martialists who were being corroded by the demonic chi, he revealed an evil smile. He glared at Li Lingtian coldly while the other 4 martial emperors laughed wildly. Chapter 411, 1 against 4. Arrogant, ignorant. Li Lingtian snorted coldly. His expression was calm and there was no change in his expression. His war god array had been destroyed, and he was extremely unhappy. After saying that, he waved his hand at Longda, who was behind him. Longda's body flashed and turned into a true dragon, charging towards Xia Tian. In the air, a shocking dragon energy erupted. The appearance of the dragon energy immediately collided with the demonic energy. These 2 auras did not belong to humans. Moreover, these 2 auras were the most domineering auras. Li Lingtian had instructed Longda that his duty was to protect Huangfu Yuyan and the rest. As long as their safety was not threatened, he should not make a move. Even if the war god was destroyed, he would not intervene. However, when it threatened Li Lingtian and Huangfu Yuyan, he would intervene and kill them all. Now that Li Lingtian had given the signal, he naturally had to take the lead. The terrifying dragon energy soared into the sky and continuously tore apart the demonic energy on the war god. In the end, it was all expelled from the war god. Although demonic chi was powerful, dragon chi was also shocking. In terms of strength, they really didn't know that demonic chi and dragon chi were more domineering. However, Longda's true dragon body was at level 5 of the 7th level, and his cultivation was equivalent to the 5th heaven of the martial emperor realm. However, with his true strength, he would not have any problem facing Xia Tian, who was at the 6th heaven of the martial emperor realm. 7th rank, 5th rank transformed demonic beast. Xia Tian, young master Nanling, and the others all saw through Longda's cultivation and were instantly shocked. In the past, the halo of the gorilla demon had drowned out Longda, so they were all afraid of the gorilla demon and completely ignored him. He had only thought of Longda as a level 1 7th order monster beast. However, he had never expected that in such a short time, this unknown Longda had actually reached level 5 7th order. Moreover, his aura had become extremely pure. Compared to the 2, it was completely different. Wipe him out. Li Lingtian said coldly. His body flashed as he unleashed the dragon energy from his body. The true dragon body barrier was activated and the shocking dragon energy soared into the sky. Although the dragon chi was not weaker than Longda's, its purity and power were not inferior to Longda's. In fact, it was even more domineering than Longda's dragon chi. This was the difference between giant dragon power and flying dragon power. Li Lingtian cultivated the true dragon body barrier and refined the dragon's soul to become a true dragon. Naturally, he was more powerful than Longda. He flew toward young Master Nanling. Young Master Nanling was at the 2nd heaven of Martial Emperor realm. He had killed him last time, but he had used the soul-shifting technique to escape. His current cultivation was comparable to that time. It was not difficult for him to deal with a 2nd-level martial monarch now. With Longda holding Xia Tian back, it would be easy for him to deal with a few 1st and 2nd heaven martial emperors. The wrath of the gods. With a light shout, the thunderclap wings appeared. His body disappeared strangely and reappeared. For the first time, he escaped the joint attack of 4 martial monarch realm experts. The thunderclap wings ignored the distance of space and teleported in space without any spatial fluctuations. His body strangely appeared in the sky above the 4 martial monarch realm experts. When he appeared and was discovered, a destructive heavenly might descended from the sky. Rumble, boom, rumble, crackle. Endless thunder and lightning struck down. Within a radius of 10 miles, it was filled with thunder and lightning. The lightning was as thick as a child's arm. Every time the purple lightning struck down, it was equivalent to a destructive strike from a martial supreme. Countless lightning bolts pressed the 4 martial emperor powerhouses into the air, and they could only passively resist. Li Lingtian's body was in midair as his hands moved continuously, unleashing a series of magic arts. The gods were furious. Destructive lightning and thunder bombarded down endlessly. However, it was impossible to kill the 4 martial emperor powerhouses. Ice, fire, 9 heavens, extinction. At this moment, he finally found an opportunity. He flipped his hands, and a glacier and a flame appeared in his hands. He put his hands together, and an aura of destruction and death appeared. These 2 auras were instantly covered by an aura of extermination. Between heaven and earth, a desolate aura of extermination made people feel terrified. A huge 4-colored light seemed to pour down from the 9 heavens, and the space was directly torn apart. Nanming sword, true devil defying god, great profound devil palm, great demon true body. The 4 martial emperor powerhouses were shocked and they saw the beam of light descending amidst the endless lightning and thunder. Young Master Nanling was even more aware that he had fought with Li Lingtian before, so he naturally understood how terrifying this move was. The shocking pillar of light instantly descended and ruthlessly collided with the defenses of the 4 martial monarch realm experts. Boom, rumble, kacha. With an explosion, the defenses of the 4 martial monarch realm experts shattered. The shocking pillar of light disappeared, but a destructive halo appeared. Wherever the halo passed, there was endless destruction. Puff! 2 peak first-level martial emperors were killed. Now, only young Master Nanling and a second-level martial emperor were left. Naturally, Li Lingtian would not give his opponent any chance to react. If he lost the initiative, he would not be able to fight a martial emperor no matter how powerful he was. In a great battle, strength and wisdom were the deciding factors. Divine destruction to the extreme. Li Lingtian's body flashed. He had injured the opponent's martial emperor, so the opponent's martial emperor reacted swiftly and unleashed a devastating attack. He flapped his thunderclap wings and luckily dodged the destructive attack. When his body reappeared, he used the god-extinguishing extreme skill. Immediately, a destructive heavenly might descended. He had seen this god-extinguishing extreme skill before and had endured it before. He had almost been killed. The pressure that was like the might of the heavens blasted toward the 2nd heaven of the martial emperor realm. The might of the heavens carried a destructive intent attack that crushed the will of the experts. Rumble. With a loud explosion, Li Lingtian's body swayed as blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. When he hit the 2nd level of the martial emperor realm, he was unable to dodge in time and was hit by young Master Nanling's sneak attack. However, the body of a true dragon, the defense of a giant dragon, and the limitless feather coat naturally could not kill him. However, it shocked him. After all, young Master Nanling was a martial emperor. Rumble, rumble. In the distance, Xia Tian's face was filled with anger. He was a 6th heaven martial emperor, yet he was being suppressed by a transformed demonic beast. He had never thought that this 7th level 5th level demonic beast would actually control such a powerful treasure. Every attack carried the power of destruction, completely displaying the strength of the dragon race. Moreover, the dragon race's defense was extremely powerful. His attack could not kill Long Da at all. Looking at the 4 martial monarch realm experts on his side, there were only 2 left. He had no way at all and it was impossible for him to escape. On Li Lingtian's side, it was quiet for the time being. Blood trickled down the corner of Li Lingtian's mouth as his face turned pale. However, young Master Nanling was also fearful. The other 2nd heaven martial emperor was also trembling from Li Lingtian's attack and did not dare to make a move. On the war god, all the powerhouses were looking at Li Lingtian and Long De. They saw that the two of them had managed to pin down the other party and that Li Lingtian had even killed two martial emperor powerhouses. Li Lingtian was only a revered martial artist, yet he was able to kill two martial sovereigns. There was nothing fancy about it, but he had relied entirely on his own strength, experience, and wisdom to kill two martial sovereigns. The dozen array masters also hurriedly repaired the array, trying to restore it. On the top 3 floors of the war god, Huangfu Yuyan and the other girls were heartbroken to see Li Lingtian injured. However, they were extremely happy to see Li Lingtian's domineering strength. "Sister Qingyue, will my big brother be alright? He's already injured." Although Ge had great confidence in Li Lingtian, he was still worried when he saw Li Lingtian injured. "Don't worry, he hasn't used his true trump card yet." Huangfu Yuyan did not wait for Tang Qingyue's reply before she spoke with a blissful expression on her face. She had placed all her hopes on Li Lingtian. She wanted to see him become a martial god powerhouse. Besides, Li Lingtian was her man, so he would not be so bad. "That's right, Sister Yuyan is right. Lingtian still has his trump cards that he hasn't used yet, the Tyrant Saber art and the heaven-destroying sword formation." Tang Qingyue nodded as she spoke. She was well aware of Li Lingtian's strength and cultivation base. Naturally, she knew what Li Lingtian's most powerful attack was. "Young Master Nanling, right? I let you escape last time, but you came to me this time. I can only say that you're ignorant." Li Lingtian's eyes were fixed on young Master Nanling, ignoring the second firmament martial emperor. The thunderclap wings on his body flapped slightly. The translucent wings emitted a faint lightning glow, and a sizzling sound rang out in the air. "Li Lingtian, you're very powerful. However, you won't be so lucky this time." Young Master Nanling had forcefully consolidated his body during his return. His cultivation base had increased tremendously and he had even obtained a destructive heavenly superpower. He was here to kill Li Lingtian with his own hands to vent his hatred. Die. In a flash, Li Lingtian's body disappeared mysteriously. When he reappeared, he was already beside young Master Nanling. Young Master Nanling was shocked. He was extremely afraid of Li Lingtian's body movement technique. Naturally, he was worried that Li Lingtian could invade him so easily and soundlessly. He channeled all his true essence and sent a stream of demonic qi toward Li Lingtian. However, Li Lingtian had no intention of making a move at all. It was just a flash. At that moment, a long sword appeared in Li Lingtian's hand. The long sword was emitting a terrifying sword will. He swung the long sword casually at the injured second heaven martial emperor powerhouse. The sword light carried sword momentum and arrived in front of the second-level martial emperor realm powerhouse without leaving a trace. Rumble. Gotcha. At that moment, young Master Nanling realized that Li Lingtian was trying to divert his attention. However, it was useless even if he knew because he had already unleashed his attack. A destructive demonic qi shot into the air. Li Lingtian had long disappeared and his sword radiance had arrived before the second heaven martial emperor realm. The second-level martial emperor realm was in despair as he looked at the sword ray that carried the sword aura. He subconsciously blocked it with a defensive treasure in his hand. The sword light easily cut through the defensive treasure and disappeared. The air froze. Li Lingtian's body flashed once again and he left young Master Nanling far away. Chapter 412, Blood Demon Shocks the Heavens. He wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth and smiled. After eliminating the other 3 martial monarch realm experts, he now had some confidence in facing the most dangerous young Master Nanling. Although this young Master Nanling was abnormally terrifying, he was still killed by him last time. In the end, although he used the soul-shifting grand magic to escape, now that he met him again, he was always a threat. As an expert, the sense of threat was the most important. Although he did not know what kind of terrifying treasure or skill this young Master Nanling had, he did not dare to be careless. Longda, who was far away, was also starting to lose. He had the upper hand at the beginning, but now, he was at a disadvantage for some reason. With Longda's cultivation and strength, coupled with the roaring dragon battle halberd, he should not have been defeated by Xia Tian. However, the tables had turned and Li Lingtian felt a sense of foreboding. If he didn't finish off young Master Nanling, he wouldn't be able to help Longda. At that time, he and the others would die here. You were lucky last time. Try my blood demon shocks the heavens. Young Master Nanling's expression changed when he saw that the three martial Supreme Realm warriors around him had fallen into Li Lingtian's trap one after another. Without any helpers, he was deeply afraid of Li Lingtian. He had been killed by Li Lingtian the last time. If he had not mastered the Devil Tribe's soul transference technique, he would have vanished into thin air. It was also because Li Lingtian was unaware of his soul transference technique that he had the chance to escape. It was rare for him to meet an opponent in his life, but he did not expect to be defeated and killed by a martial honor. How could he bear such humiliation in his heart? After saying that, the true essence in his entire body changed. The true essence directly transformed into shocking demonic chi. With the appearance of the demonic chi, he transformed into a huge blood demon. In the air, within a radius of 1 mile, there was a blood curtain, just like a blood pool, making people feel disgusted and uncomfortable. Li Lingtian's body flashed as he retreated quickly. The blood veil floated in the air and any warrior who touched it would be tainted by it. It could even taint a powerhouse's true essence and treasures. Li Lingtian furrowed his brows at the sight of the blood veil as he circulated his true essence to the maximum. Dragon power. With a loud roar, streams of violent dragon energy appeared in the air. Li Lingtian was surrounded by destructive dragon energy. 4 gigantic dragons spiraled around him, tearing the air apart. Roar. The 4 giant dragons roared furiously. Dragon chi that seemed to tear through space stirred up the blood veil. The 4 giant dragons also shot toward young Master Nanling, causing the space to tremble. Blood demon shocks the heavens. Boundless blood sea. Young Master Nanling could not help but shudder when he sensed the powerful and terrifying dragon. Li Lingtian's cultivation base had become so terrifying recently. He thought that his cultivation had been progressing quickly and his abilities had improved significantly. However, he did not expect Li Lingtian to improve his cultivation faster than him. Seeing the 4 dragons charging at him, his expression kept changing. With a wave of his hand, a blood pillar appeared in the sea of blood in front of him and went straight for the 4 dragons. Chi chi, chi chi, roar, roar. The blood pillar hit the 3 dragons, and the 3 dragons let out sizzling sounds. The terrifying dragons had powerful defenses, but they were actually unable to resist the blood pillar at all. The 3 giant dragons were quickly eroded and cries of pity rang out. Li Lingtian shuddered as well. He did not expect that his true dragon body barrier, which he had cultivated to level 4, would be defeated just like that on his first try. Rumble. The last giant dragon bypassed the blood pillar and crashed into young Master Nanling's body, but it was defeated by the blood pillar in the end. Young Master Nanling's body was sent flying while the 4 giant dragons were completely reduced to nothingness. Li Lingtian's body swayed as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The dragon power was condensed from his dragon energy. After receiving such an attack, he was also shaken. Both of them were injured in different ways. Li Lingtian did not expect young Master Nanling to cultivate such a terrifying devil chi. It was the most evil devil technique of the devil tribe. Ice flame. Li Lingtian did not dare to attack again. Against such an evil creature that specialized in corrupting treasures and attacks, it would be futile to use destructive attacks. With a thought of his divine sense, he used the ice flame that he had condensed. This ice flame was also obtained in the Devil Canyon. He had not completely refined the ice flame that he had obtained last time. However, this time, the icy frost flame was the size of a bowl. The appearance of the ice flame immediately caused a terrifying strangeness to appear between heaven and earth. It was unknown if it was cold or hot. However, when young Master Nanling saw this icy flame, his face revealed a trace of fear. If Li Lingtian were to use any other attack or treasure, he would be able to corrupt them. However, the icy frost flame had the same effect as his blood curtain, which was specifically used to erode a warrior's vital essence. He was still extremely confident in his blood demon shocking the heavens. With a wave of his hand, another blood pillar met the icy frost flame. TSK TSK. Chi chi, chi chi, chi chi. Instantly, the air began to burn. It was both burning and solidifying. The combination of the two extremes immediately caused the blood pillar to be in a stalemate. Li Lingtian and young Master Nanling looked at each other. In such a situation, they were almost on par with each other and it was hard to tell who would win. The two of them began to calculate in their hearts what attack they would use next. Yes. Li Lingtian waved his hand, but the icy frost flame did not even shake the blood veil. Instead, it was being eroded by the blood veil. If this continued, the icy frost flame that he had painstakingly cultivated would be eroded. The frost blaze had been retracted and the blood pillar had caught up to Li Lingtian. Glare mirror. Li Lingtian had already calculated this. Since he dared to retract the ice frost flame, he must have some defensive measures. With a flick of his divine consciousness, a mirror appeared. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared and shot towards the blood veil. Crash. The blood curtain was reflected back into the air. The light from the glare mirror also disappeared. 5 elements paragon. Balance of the 5 elements. Li Lingtian kept calculating in his heart. Other attacks were ineffective, but the 5 elements martial soul was the most basic attribute in the world. With its species attribute perfected, it should be able to suppress the blood veil. Instantly, the auras of the various species appeared. The 5 auras fused together, forming a faint 5-colored light that quickly descended from the sky. Chi chi, chi chi. The blood curtain rolled and struggled, but the aura of the 5 elements martial soul suppressed it. Gradually, the 5-colored light of the 5 elements martial soul wrapped around the blood curtain. In the end, the blood veil completely disappeared, turning into air and drifting in the air. The entire process seemed to take a long time, but it only took an instant. Young Master Nanling was overjoyed when he saw that his blood veil had succeeded repeatedly. However, he did not expect that the 5-colored light unleashed by Li Lingtian would negate the blood veil in an instant. In fact, the blood veil had completely disappeared. It was already too late for him to retract the blood veil. He was furious in his heart. This was the cultivation he had cultivated. Spatial imprisonment. With the blood veil resolved, Li Lingtian's evil expression calmed down. With a wave of his hand, a banner appeared. The space trembled slightly before it came to a stop. Sword howl, heaven and earth. With a soft shout, the sword will from his entire body soared into the sky. The shocking sword will wreaked havoc in the space as Li Lingtian stood proudly between heaven and earth like a sharp sword. The Tianyu sword was displayed. He looked at the long sword seriously and casually waved it. Sword force was a type of sword trajectory. The sword light appeared, but this sword light made people feel that it was erratic. They did not know the trajectory of the sword light, so they could not block it. The sword ray seemed very slow, but it was actually very fast. In an instant, the sword ray struck young Master Nanling's body, and young Master Nanling's eyes revealed a look of fear. Tear, ah. The sound of cloth being torn apart rang out. The sound was ear-piercing, and it was followed by young Master Nanling's miserable cry. Young Master Nanling's entire body was split into 2 halves. You want to leave? It's too late. Li Lingtian watched as young Master Nanling was split in half, but his expression did not change at all. Because he was really the young master of Nanling, he would not die so easily. He had escaped the last time. As expected, when young Master Nanling died, a black fog drifted out and quickly flew into the distance. Those who did not know would naturally not know that this black fog was young Master Nanling's soul. With a light shout, he flicked his finger and the icy frost flames shot out. The icy frost flames arrived in front of the black mist and instantly wrapped around it. The frozen sky was the most magical ice and flames in the world. If one's soul was wrapped in it, there was no reason for them to survive. Ah. Miserable screams came out from the ice flames. Young Master Nanling's shadow appeared in the ice flames. It was a very blurry shadow, but it was young Master Nanling's soul. As long as his soul escaped, he could be possessed and reborn with the techniques of the demons. There's a path to heaven, but you don't take it. There's no door to hell, but you barged in. Li Lingtian said coldly as he looked at Long Da and Xia Tian in the distance. Long Da was completely suppressed by Xia Tian. If it were not for Long Da's realm, roaring dragon battle poleaxe, true dragon body and terrifying dragon energy, Long Da would have been killed. He saw that there were already several injuries on Long Da's body, and the injuries were very serious. With such an injury, if Long Da had not protected Li Lingtian and helped him restrain Xia Tian, he would have fled. Ah! With a final scream, young Master Nanling's soul was finally refined and completely devoured by the icy frost flame. Xia Tian, who was standing in the distance, did not expect Li Lingtian to be so terrifying. Even young Master Nanling's sky-shocking blood demon was dispelled by Li Lingtian. Now that the 4 martial Supreme Realm experts had been killed, even though he was suppressing Long Da's attack, it was impossible for him to kill Long Da now. Li Lingtian had the time to spare, but he was not confident that he could kill Long Da with the 2 of them joining forces. Chapter 413, Immortal Body, 1. Roar. With a roar, Long Da was sent flying by Xia Tian's destructive attack, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Li Lingtian was shocked by this change. He did not expect Xia Tian to unleash a forbidden attack at this time. It seemed like he did not want to be entangled in this place anymore. As the flying dragon was strong, Xia Tian's demonic qi revolved and a jet black demonic qi blasted toward Li Lingtian. The black demonic qi was at least 10 meters thick and 100 meters long. Its speed was extremely fast as it pierced through space and came crashing down on Li Lingtian. This move was obviously meant to kill Li Lingtian before leaving this place. He had brought hundreds of revered martial artists and more than 10 martial Supreme Realm experts with him, but they were all wiped out. If he did not kill Li Lingtian, he would have to bear the wrath of the eldest young master when he returned. Tyrannical blade art, desolate 10 consecutive slashes. Li Lingtian did not expect Xia Tian to pull such a trick. With a flick of his divine consciousness, he unleashed the Empyrean Terminus Emperor Saber. The shocking pressure continued to stir the space. Without the slightest hesitation, he used all his true essence to execute the heavenly extreme tyrant Emperor Saber. A saber intent appeared and slashed out casually. Suddenly, 10 saber lights overlapped and fiercely met the huge demonic qi in the air. Boom, crash, boom. With an explosion, the desolate 10 consecutive slashes, which carried the power of a divine weapon, directly shattered the demonic qi. The last 2 saber lights ruthlessly slashed onto Xia Tian's body. It was impossible for the 2 saber lights to kill her at the 6th heaven of the martial emperor realm. Even if they could not kill her, Xia Tian was severely injured and spat out a mouthful of black demon blood. Roar. Long Da was enraged when he was injured. He would feel guilty if Xia Tian had injured Li Lingtian. How could he not be angry that he had almost tricked Li Lingtian in front of him? He ignored his injuries and with a roar, he swung his dragon roar battle halberd into the air. A destructive attack tore through the air and struck the unprepared Xia Tian. Ah! Arg! A blood-curdling scream reverberated through the world. Even though the demons had the same physique as the demons, when they encountered a supreme treasure of the dragon race like the dragon roar battle halberd, even a 7th heaven martial emperor would be severely injured, let alone a 6th heaven martial emperor like him. Dragon power. Li Lingtian also kept his ultimate tyrannical emperor saber. With a loud roar, his body flashed as if he was soaring through the heavens and earth. The 4 giant dragons roared and charged at Xia Tian. Black Demon, Incarnation. The 6th Heaven Martial Emperor was severely injured from the 2 attacks. His heart trembled when he saw Li Lingtian's destructive attack. He could not care less about anything else as he circulated his demonic qi and unleashed the forbidden incarnation of the internals. Suddenly, the demonic qi in the world surged. Xia Tian turned into a 100-meter-tall black devil. A huge fist smashed towards the dragon. Boom! The giant dragon was destroyed, but the other 3 giant dragons became even more terrifying after receiving the dragon energy of the giant dragon of destruction. They charged at the giant demon with indomitable will. Boom! 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 With 3 loud explosions, the 3 giant dragons vanished. However, Li Lingtian was not implicated this time because his cultivation base was shattered and not tainted by the blood veil. The dragon power was instantly destroyed, but the last dragon slammed into the troll's body. The troll was also sent flying, and pitch-black blood spurted out. Myriad swords returned to the origin. Li Lingtian came to a halt and circulated his sword will. He also unleashed the heavenly fault sword, and with a single slap, a ball of light exploded. Instantly, a world of swords appeared with him as the center. This world of swords was filled with tens of thousands of sharp swords. Every single sharp sword was an existence above profound-level weapons. Furthermore, there were countless emperor weapons, heaven weapons, and even saint weapons. The heavenly fault sword was a peerless saint artifact, and it was also the catalyst for the sword formation, driving the entire sword formation to spin. Whoosh! 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 With a flick of Li Lingtian's finger, 10,000 swords flew out together with a shocking sword aura and sword ray. The sword silks formed a sword net, and the 10,000 swords connected with each other. Instantly, the power of the profound armament was amplified by 100 times. Everything in the world was destroyed by the myriad returning swords. Everything was fused into the sword array. This was Li Lingtian's ultimate return of 10,000 swords. With one strike, the world shook. Chi. The sword silks tore through space, and tens of thousands of sword lights and sword chi had already pierced through the giant devil's body. The giant devil was turned into pieces. It was completely penetrated by the sword chi and sword light. Its body was also directly turned into pieces by the sword silk. The giant devil no longer existed. Destruction was between heaven and earth. Thousands of swords flew toward Li Lingtian. With a single hand, all the sharp swords disappeared and entered Li Lingtian's light orb. The light orb was then absorbed into Li Lingtian's dantian. Turning weapons into qi was the symbol of a martial arts grandmaster or above. However, the number of weapons that each martial arts grandmaster could turn into qi was limited, and there were only 1 or 2 life-bound treasures. Li Lingtian had become a revered martial artist and had undergone countless tempering. He was no longer an ordinary person. The heavenly sword body, the flaming sacred body, the 5 elements perfection, and the ice and fire martial souls were all the most mysterious existences in the world. He could easily turn the 10,000 swords into qi. After all, he had the heavenly sword physique. The heavenly fault sword also entered his dantian, and he looked at the sky coldly. Long Da and Li Lingtian formed an opposing force. Both of them understood the wonders of the infernals. Moreover, Xia Tian was a 6th heaven martial emperor. It would not be easy to kill him. The world fell silent as Li Lingtian entered a state of emptiness. He closed his eyes slightly. He used his consciousness to sense the fluctuations of space. The strangeness of the demons was beyond his imagination, but he had the holy demon ring and the holy demon quintessence, so he naturally understood a lot. The last time young Master Nanling escaped, it was only because he had carelessly neglected that young Master Nanling was a fiend. Ha. At that moment, countless devil chi slowly gathered in Li Lingtian's divine consciousness. The troll Xia Tian that had vanished into thin air gradually formed a shadow in the air. The shadow laughed maniacally. Sensing all of this, Li Lingtian opened his eyes and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Young master. Longda naturally didn't notice the change in the giant demon because everything in the air was the same as before. There was no aura or spatial fluctuation. However, he knew something was amiss when he saw Li Lingtian's expression. He quickly asked. "Be careful, he's coming out." Li Lingtian said calmly without any expression on his face. His eyes were focused on a spot in the sky. Upon hearing Li Lingtian's words, Longda became more cautious. He unleashed all of his dragon energy and drew out his roaring dragon warrior halberd. With dragon energy infused into the weapon, he would unleash a shocking attack the moment the troll appeared. He did not doubt Li Lingtian's words at all because he knew that Li Lingtian's strength was terrifying. His various methods were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Moreover, Li Lingtian would never joke around when he was facing his enemies. Longda's expression changed drastically as he followed Li Lingtian's gaze. He did not notice it at first, but upon closer inspection, he noticed traces of demonic chi twisting. "I have an undying body. Human, thank you for your help. In order to thank you, I will use your souls to pay tribute to my immortal body." The voice of the giant devil rang out in the space. The voice was real and was no longer sensed by Li Lingtian. The demonic chi continued to distort and gather together. The originally gray sky was swept clean of demonic chi because it had all gathered together. An ordinary demon powerhouse appeared in Li Lingtian's line of sight. Xia Tian was still Xia Tian, but his eyes were bloodshot and he was much more terrifying than before. Undying body? Ignorant. There is no such thing as an undying body in this world. If I kill you, you will never be reincarnated. Li Lingtian was relieved to see Xia Tian emerge. If Xia Tian were to launch a sneak attack, it would be a real headache. The mystical world of immortality did exist, but it was only a form of constitution and talent. It was not truly unkillable. As he spoke, he calculated. He had already tried his most powerful trump card, but it had not been able to kill Xia Tian. There was no weapon or skill that could threaten Xia Tian now. His heart began to tremble. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. In the past, he could still rely on all kinds of heaven-defying pills, divine artifacts, and all kinds of heaven-grade divine abilities. However, he now understood that the difference in cultivation might not be made up by any divine artifact or divine ability. Die. Xia Tian looked at Li Lingtian coldly. Li Lingtian was a martial honor, yet he had destroyed her sixth heaven martial emperor realm soul. If he had not suddenly comprehended the demon race's undying body, he would have vanished into thin air. This child could not be left alive. If he was left alive, he would definitely be a great calamity for the demons. He was already so domineering at the age of 20. If he was given another few decades, the demons would be finished. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand and a huge demonic chi fist shadow came hurtling toward him. The fist shadow was extremely fast and it struck Li Lingtian in an instant. Boom! With a dull thud, Li Lingtian was thrown into the air as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His mind trembled. This giant devil didn't have any tricks up his sleeves and directly attacked with destructive power. It was a simple punch that was extremely fast and powerful. Li Lingtian did not even have the chance to react before he was sent flying by the punch. That he really can take a beating. Xia Tian was also shocked. It looked like a simple punch, but it carried the most powerful destructive power. This was the most overbearing attack of the devil race. In his imagination, this punch could even kill a sixth heaven martial emperor. He did not expect that this supreme realm young man would only suffer some minor injuries after taking a punch head-on. This was beyond his imagination. Naturally, he did not know how powerful Li Lingtian's true dragon body barrier was. There was also the limitless feather coat. Just these two items alone were enough to withstand a martial emperor's full-powered attack without suffering any damage. Li Lingtian's injury had exceeded his expectations. All right, this young master will play with you today. Li Lingtian's courage was also boosted. He was not pleased to be defeated by such a simple fist shadow. He had the true dragon body protection and the limitless feather coat. Could it be that he was really afraid of such a defense? In the past, he had always used heaven-grade divine powers and saint artifacts to kill his opponents across space. He rarely relied on his physique and strength to fight his enemies in close combat. With a roar, all the vital essence in his body disappeared, and the true dragon chi that he exchanged for was wrapped around by a shocking dragon chi. The true dragon body barrier was used again, and the divine dragon ring was opened. The destructive dragon chi entered his body, dominating Heaven Fist. With a flash of his body, he threw a destructive punch at the other party. Chapter 414, Blood Demon Blade. 1. Boom. His figure turned into a shooting star, and his fist shadow was like a mountain. In an instant, the huge fist bombarded Xia Tian's body. His speed was extremely fast, ignoring the distance between them. With a muffled sound, a powerful force raged in the air. Xia Tian's body was thrown out, and he spat out a mouthful of black blood. This attack was returned to him. Previously, Li Lingtian was also sent flying by Xia Tian's punch. Li Lingtian was only a level 3 martial honor while Xia Tian was a level 6 martial emperor. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. However, Li Lingtian had the true dragon's body protection and the divine weapon, limitless feather coat. He could withstand the blow. Now, Li Lingtian unleashed his dominating heavenly fist with a destructive blow, sending Xia Tian flying. The two of them were even for a moment. This situation made Xia Tian furious. Okay, big brother is too handsome, husband is the most powerful, good luck, Lingtian. 1. Young lord is mighty, young lord is mighty. The few girls on the war god were excited. Countless powerhouses were also thrilled. Most powerhouses would fight with weapons and skills, but Li Lingtian had given up everything and relied solely on his strength. How could they not be excited? Li Lingtian's body floated in the air as the dragon energy around his body surged like a god of war descending. All right, yours truly. Xia Tian was furious. He did not expect that his body, a 6th heaven martial emperor expert, would be injured by a martial honors fist. Just as he was about to say something ruthless, a huge fist struck him again before he could finish. This was pure power, and the dragon chi was shocking. The fist carried destructive dragon chi, completely ignoring the corrosion of demonic chi. Boom, 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 boom. In the air, a muffled explosion sounded. Although it was a muffled sound, the destructive force wreaked havoc in the space, causing the space to tremble. Longda watched from the side as he unleashed all of his dragon energy. As long as Li Lingtian was in danger, he would charge forward. Now, he could not join the battle even if he wanted to, because the two figures in the air were as fast as lightning. Their speed of separation and combination was beyond his sight. In the sky, a white light and a black light kept clashing. They kept separating and clashing. Moreover, there was the muffled sound of a fist hitting his body, which made Longda extremely worried. Even if he was from the monster race, a true dragon race, and had a strong physique, he would not dare to imagine the result of fighting against Xia Tian. Little bastard, you're so fucking cunning. You actually used ice flame. Are you a fucking idiot? We are in a battle of life and death. Do you think we should follow the rules? I used the ice flame. Come and bite me, that I want it, little bastard. Are you a fucking dog? You really bit me. Is there any breeding for wild dogs? Boom, bang. Bang. In the air, on the war god, everyone was stunned. Was this a big battle? Why was he cursing? In an instant, the worries of all the powerhouses eased up. It was obvious that the young master had used the icy frost flame to trick Xia Tian. As long as Li Lingtian did not suffer any losses, Xia Tian would be happy. It did not matter if it was the icy frost flame or his fist. The winner would be king. A preconceived notion was formed in their minds. As long as Li Lingtian did not suffer any losses, he was right. Those who opposed Li Lingtian were now on the enemy's side. Enemies must be eliminated. Huangfu Yuyan and the others were also extremely worried. However, when they heard that there were actually curses in the middle of the battle, they could not help but laugh. Naturally, they understood Li Lingtian's strength. It would be strange if Xia Tian did not suffer a loss when he used the icy frost flame on his fist. A sixth heaven martial emperor realm expert actually started cursing. He was really a rare talent. Judging from Li Lingtian's voice, Xia Tian must have bitten Li Lingtian. Rumble. With a shocking explosion, the space trembled again, and the two figures separated. Puchi. Two sounds of blood spurting out could be heard. Li Lingtian clutched his chest. His face was extremely pale and there were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. He glared at the other party with a sharp gaze. There was also a trace of blood on his arm. It seemed like he had really been bitten. Opposite him, Xia Tian's face was also pale. There was black blood at the corner of his mouth. There were no visible injuries on his body, but he was not in good spirits. It appeared that his injuries were not light either. Moreover, there was a faint flame burning on his arms. The flame was imbued with extreme frost. This was Li Lingtian's frost blaze. When he stopped, he kept using his demonic qi to wipe out the icy frost flame, but the demonic qi could not get rid of the icy frost flame. Die. Li Lingtian tossed a pill into his mouth and his depleted vital essence was instantly restored to its peak condition. He circulated all the vital essence in his body and suppressed the dragon energy. With a move of his divine sense, he used the Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber again. Desolate 10 consecutive strikes. With a casual wave of his hand, the saber light slashed out with supreme saber intent. 10 saber lights overlapped, and the space was divided into two halves. Blood Demon Blade, Blue Moon Move. Xia Tian was shocked. He had tried the Desolation 10 consecutive strikes at the beginning. If he had used his full strength, he would definitely have been able to block it. However, he had blocked 8 blade rays at the beginning, and the last 2 had injured him. Now, he no longer had the slightest confidence in the 10 saber rays. His eyes revealed a resolute expression, as if he had made a major decision. The demonic qi in his body circulated and reversed the demonic qi. The demonic qi formed a long saber, a blood-red long saber. With a wave of his long saber, a crescent-shaped saber light welcomed it. A deathly silence descended between heaven and earth. 2 destructive saber lights tore through the space like 2 shooting stars. Boom! Before the saber beams collided, the space had already trembled and shattered. Xia Tian used the Blood Demon Blade, and his cultivation base dropped continuously. His demonic qi also became weaker, but his eyes were filled with hatred. Kacha. The 10 saber rays landed on the Blood Demon Blade, causing it to tremble slightly. Voila! The sound of splashing water could be heard in the air. The Desolation 10 consecutive strikes was nullified and the Blood Demon Blade's blade radiance slashed toward Li Lingtian. The speed of the saber's radiance was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived before Li Lingtian. Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron. Li Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He did not expect his Desolation 10 consecutive strikes to be broken just like that. He did not expect other treasures to be able to withstand the Blood Demon Blade. He activated the Heaven and Earth Creation Cauldron with his consciousness. A beam of light appeared and covered the Blood Demon Blade. Silk. A soft sound was heard. The heaven and earth creation cauldron, which had been tested and tested many times, actually did not have the slightest effect in front of the blood demon blade. Seeing that Li Lingtian was in danger, Longde moved in a flash to block Li Lingtian's attack. However, it was too late as he was too far away. The experts on the war god were all stunned. Tang Qingyue and the others were stunned as well. They could only watch helplessly as Li Lingtian was about to be killed by the blood demon blade. They were dumbfounded by the attack. Lingtian. Husband. Big brother. Young master. The girls cried out in shock. Their voices were filled with sorrow and despair. They could not imagine what would happen to them if Li Lingtian were to fall. Saint Demon Quintessence. At that moment, Li Lingtian noticed the holy demon ring on his left hand. Without any hesitation, the vital essence in his body vanished and a stream of pure demonic qi appeared. Instantly, his entire person became demonic. His white clothes fluttered in the wind, and his elegant figure had an additional trace of demonic aura. He casually waved his hand and sent a stream of pure demonic qi towards the blood demon blade. Tisk. With a soft sound, the blood demon blade's saber light was neutralized like the melting sunflower spring snow. The pure demonic qi directly assimilated the blood demon blade's saber light. In the distance, Xia Tian was petrified. Saint Demon Quintessence. True Devil Qi. How is this possible? How is this possible? When he woke up, Xia Tian looked as if he had seen a ghost. What kind of existence was this young man in front of him? Was he a human, a true dragon, or a demon? He was a human, but he possessed the true dragon Qi, which was no different from the dragon clan. However, he was now using the holy book of the demon clan. Only the holy demonic qi cultivated from the demonic canon could break the blood demonic blade so easily. More importantly, the Saint Demon scripture was a cultivation technique cultivated by the supreme great demon god of the demon race. How could it fall into the hands of this young man? Could this young man be the heir of his demon race or a prince of the imperial family? Nothing is impossible. You have eyes but are blind. How dare you have bad intentions towards this? Young master. Die. Li Lingtian was excited when he saw how useful the Asmodean's true devil qi was. This was the so-called bittern tofu. He had used so many methods, but he still could not defeat the other party. He had almost been killed by the other party's blood demon blade. He had not expected that a strand of demonic qi would be so easily resolved. He had actually used demonic qi and was mistaken by the other party as a demon. He could use this identity to suppress the other party and wipe him out. After saying that, he used a trace of true devil QJ from the holy demon ring. Even a trace of pure true devil qi could destroy all low-level devil qi. With a flick of his divine sense, a 3-foot-long scepter appeared in his hand. The scepter had an ancient aura, but it contained the supreme dignity of the demon race. Heavenly Wand. He extended his scepter, and the world instantly turned dark, as if the end of the world had arrived. Li Lingtian floated in the air like a demon god. His demonic aura surged into the sky and engulfed the entire world. With the heaven's wand in his hands, Li Lingtian had become a true demon tribe mighty figure even though he was a human. This was because the authority of the heaven's wand was the symbol of the demon tribe. Heavenly Wand. The heavenly wand has appeared. Great demonic god's heavenly wand. Xia Tian could no longer sit still. His face was filled with a dazed expression. He did not have any intention of resisting the destructive demonic aura in front of him. The heavenly devil wand was the symbol of the supreme devil race. It possessed the power to destroy the heavens and earth. All the devils below the great demonic god would tremble in front of the heavenly devil wand. Not to mention a mere martial monarch realm expert, even a martial monarch realm expert of the demon race would tremble in front of the heavenly staff. There was another problem. Li Lingtian's identity had shocked Xia Tian, causing him to lose his composure. Chapter 4:15, Healing, 1. Boom! A shocking beam of demonic chi struck Xia Tian's body. With a loud explosion, Xia Tian was turned into ashes. From the beginning to the end, he had no intention of putting up any resistance. Everyone on the war god was stunned. They did not expect Li Lingtian to be in control of the infernal race's treasure. They were all shocked. Huanfu Yuyan and the rest knew that Li Lingtian had the holy demon ring in his hands. Even so, they did not expect the heavenly staff to be so powerful. The sixth heaven martial emperor realm demons were also killed in one strike. They did not even have the slightest intention of resisting. After a long time, the world quieted down. The endless devil chi was absorbed by the heaven's wand. Li Lingtian retracted his true devil chi and his aura returned to normal. Li Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was drained of color. He was extremely weak, like an ordinary person who had just recovered from a serious illness. Her body fell down weakly. Long Da's body flashed and caught Li Lingtian before she swiftly returned to the war god. Arriving at the top 3 floors, Li Lingtian managed to cast a magic art with great effort. Qing Ling cooperated with him to activate the restriction and carried Li Lingtian inside. Big brother, how are you? Lingtian, how are you now? Husband, how are your injuries? May take him back to recover from his injuries. He was injured and had to use a few powerful moves. After that, he used his true devil chi and consumed too much energy. He needs to recuperate for a period of time. The girls were worried. Huanfu Yuyan took a look at Li Lingtian and knew that he had sustained serious injuries in the battle. Coupled with the forceful exertion of demonic chi, his body was a burden. Naturally, she knew that Li Lingtian and Shun Mei were dual cultivators, so healing needed to be quick and convenient. Sister Yuyan, I'll leave the outside to you guys. I'll take my husband to treat his injuries. Shun Mei spoke in a sweet voice. She naturally understood that her sisters were not shy at all after knowing that she was cultivating with Li Lingtian. Instead, they were worried about Li Lingtian's injuries. With that said, she carried Li Lingtian in her arms and quickly made her way to her room. Although they were all young girls, they were also martial artists, martial kings, martial grandmasters, and even martial emperors. Hugging Li Lingtian was nothing. Now that Li Lingtian was injured, Huanfu Yuyan and Tang Qingyue had to make arrangements for the outside world. In the end, they ordered the war god to continue flying so that the array master could repair the war god's defense array as soon as possible. The war god left quickly, heading towards the sea in an instant. Your Highness, your subordinate's mission is complete. After the war god left, a faint voice rang out from the place where the battle had originally been. The voice was extremely ethereal, but it slowly dissipated in the end. If the people on the war god heard this voice, they would definitely know who it was. Who else could this voice be but Xia Tian? Shun Mei carried Li Lingtian back to her room and placed him in the practice room. Their room was like a palace. There was everything in the training room. There were 7 or 8 small rooms, and they were all dressed up like boudoirs. Husband, Mei will help you heal your injuries. Shun Mei removed Li Lingtian's outer garment and sat down cross-legged. Wait a minute. I'll stabilize it with my martial soul of 5 elements. Perfection. Li Lingtian spoke softly as he weakly unleashed his 5 elements martial soul to stabilize his dantian. In the end, Shun Mei circulated her Jin Yuan and the 2 of them healed. After dual cultivation, although their cultivations couldn't be used together, their Jin Yuan could be used together. Shun Mei poured her own quintessential essence into Li Lingtian's meridians. After an hour, Li Lingtian's quintessential essence was slowly circulating. The 2 of them used a full 3 days to finally stabilize their injuries. In the past, Li Lingtian could have used dragon energy to temper his body to heal himself. However, this time, the injury was not limited to his physique and meridians but the conflict between his true essence, dragon energy, and demonic energy. Although he cultivated the heaven and earth reincarnation technique and could fuse all the attributes in the world, he had forcefully used the true devil chi. Moreover, it was the strongest devil chi of the devil race. Naturally, there would be conflicts. More importantly, when he used the demonic aura, he suppressed his true essence. He did not use the heaven and earth reincarnation art to mobilize the demonic aura at all. Instead, he directly used the demonic aura in the holy demon ring to attack his opponent. He did not know why he could use it at will, but this time, his consciousness did not resist the demonic chi. He could use the dragon chi to temper his body, but now that the devil chi, dragon chi, and true essence were in conflict, he still had to spend some time to recuperate. My injuries have already stabilized. Go out and tell them not to worry. I will be able to recover after recuperating for a period of time. During this period of time, you will accompany me to recuperate. Li Lingtian opened his eyes and spoke gently. He did not care if he could become a demon or a god when dealing with his enemies. He would always be gentle to his women. No matter if they were gods or demons, he would always be the protector of his women. All right. Shun Mei was extremely happy, and she bounced out of the room. She wanted to be by her husband's side every day, but she was not the only girl by Li Lingtian's side. Naturally, she was overjoyed to have such an opportunity. After Shun Mei left, Li Lingtian fell into deep thought. He had used his true dragon chi, Jin Yuan, countless skills, and even his trump cards several times, but he had not been able to kill Xia Tian. He had not expected that he would be able to kill Xia Tian so easily with his demon chi. This was beyond his imagination. In the past, when he faced young Master Ming Xiao and young Master Nanling, he was powerless. Even if he really killed young Master Nanling this time, he had to spend a lot of effort to get rid of him. Gradually, he also thought that this world was not a place where the strongest could sweep the world. It was a place where one had to find the right trick. The 5 elements of the world were also mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. In his previous life, there were acupuncture techniques on television and in books. No matter how powerful a person was, there would always be a dead acupuncture point. There was also the Tai Chi technique of 4 tails pulling 1,000 pounds. Although these things were incomparable in this world, they all used the same principle, which was that things would reverse when they reached an extreme, and one thing countered another. No matter how powerful he was, it was impossible to use dragon chi to destroy demonic chi unless his cultivation was higher than his opponent's. However, his cultivation was higher than his opponent's, so he still crushed him directly. The key was that if one wanted to defeat more with fewer people and the weak against the strong, one had to rely on wisdom. Gradually, his mood relaxed, and he no longer had the slightest resistance to the demonic chi. No matter what kind of cultivation technique it was good to use it on the right path. If he used the righteous path's cultivation technique to slaughter the common people, it was also evil. Whether it was cultivation techniques, skills, or weapons, they all varied from person to person. There was no fixed definition. Moreover, in this world, the strong were respected. The ultimate goal of cultivation techniques and skills was to defeat and kill the enemy. After a long time, Li Lingtian began to recuperate from his injuries and slowly restored his true essence. He then used the heaven and earth reincarnation to repair his meridians and suppress the devil chi. Although he did not have any resistance to the devil chi, he would not cultivate the Saint Devil's quintessence for now. As the days passed, Li Lingtian's injuries had completely recovered. Just like before, he had broken through and then rebuilt. Every time he was injured, his cultivation would increase a lot. Although he did not break through this time, he had reached the peak of the 3rd level of the Supreme Realm. Furthermore, all his skills had reached the transcendent state. This improvement made Li Lingtian extremely happy. During this period of time, Shun Mei had enjoyed the happiness of a woman. She was extremely happy every day. When Li Lingtian was cultivating, she would cultivate with him. During their dual cultivation, her cultivation base improved and she enjoyed an unprecedented happiness. Half a month later, Li Lingtian walked out with a radiant aura and a faint smile on his face. Big brother, your injuries are completely healed. I'm so happy. Ge watched as Li Lingtian walked out. He circled around Li Lingtian twice and sized him up carefully. He was only relieved when he saw that Li Lingtian was not injured at all. This made the other girls laugh. Ge was pretty and cute, and they all liked this little sister. You little girl, you're not serious at all. Li Lingtian lovingly tapped Ge's round nose and gently stroked her face before he walked toward Huangfu Yuyan and the others. Lingtian, sit here. Tang Qingyue stepped forward and held Li Lingtian's arm as she led him into the garden. A few girls immediately brought stools over and sat around Li Lingtian. They sized him up and were only relieved after they were sure that Li Lingtian's injuries had fully recovered. I didn't expect to be killed by the demons of Yuzhou this time. It seems that the Green Continent isn't so peaceful after all. Li Lingtian said that the girls would only let him go after he had recovered from his injuries. Finally, they thought of the Asmodeans' ambush some time ago and linked it to Green Island. Although he had eliminated the House of Storms and attracted the experts of Yuzhou Province, he had offended the experts of Yuzhou Province before. If he went back this time, perhaps the demons would come looking for him. His cultivation was still not enough. He had to raise it. Otherwise, he would not have the slightest confidence when he encountered a powerful opponent. In the past, he had thought that he could kill enemies of a higher realm. However, when he saw Xia Tian suppressing Long Da's attack, he knew that he was not the only one in this world who could kill enemies of a higher realm. The powerhouses of the devil race were all extremely powerful. If a sixth heaven martial emperor came and he was heavily injured, wouldn't he be killed if a seventh heaven martial emperor came? Li Lingtian's thirst for strength reached an unprecedented level at the thought of this. That's hard to say. The last time you were killed by the god's fury light, all the experts in the Green Continent knew about it. I believe the devil race won't go to the Green Continent to find you. Huangfu Yuyan and the others knew everything about Li Lingtian, so they could naturally analyze the situation. That's not right. Li Lingtian fell into deep thought when he heard Huangfu Yuyan's words. A moment later, he suddenly spoke with a grave expression on his face. Chapter 4:16, Green Island Crisis. What's wrong? Upon hearing Li Lingtian's sudden question, the girls were taken aback. They did not know what was wrong with Li Lingtian's words. All eyes were on Li Lingtian with a questioning look in their eyes. When I left Green Continent, although the war had ended, I still couldn't understand why Tianjin Empire, Northern Nether Empire, and even Southern Mountain Empire had joined forces to deal with Tianlong. In terms of resources, Sky Dragon Empire doesn't have any resources at all. Why would the three empires join forces to wipe out Sky Dragon Empire? Moreover, they have Yuzhou backing them up. I couldn't figure it out, but now I understand. Yuzhou wants Sky Dragon City, and Sky Dragon City should have something that the experts of Yuzhou want. Li Lingtian said earnestly. This time in the Azure Continent, the House of Storms had gone to great lengths to obtain the Queen's Palace's dragon soul jade. The Azure Continent's heavenly dragon was allied by the three empires and had the support of the experts of Yuzhou Province. It must be for a certain item in the Sky Dragon Empire. Otherwise, even if the resources of the Sky Dragon Empire were given to Yuzhou Province, the experts of Yuzhou Province would not come to live there. That's right, we've overlooked this point. Yu Prefecture has been plotting against you to seize the heavenly dragon, and you didn't want the other major powers to know about it. It must be for something. Huangfu Yuyan nodded in agreement with Li Lingtian. Tang Qingyue looked worried. She had been away from Green Island for a few years, and she didn't know what Green Island had become. She didn't know if her parents and sister were in danger. Don't worry. We'll go back this time. Uncle and Auntie will be fine. Li Lingtian consoled Tang Qingyue when he saw the change in her expression. He gently pulled Tang Qingyue into his arms. The girls knew about his relationship with Tang Qingyue, so they would not laugh at her. Tang Qingyue snuggled into Li Lingtian's arms and the worry on her face eased a little. She was not worried that her sisters would laugh at her. Following that, Li Lingtian played with the girls and cultivated at night. He did not neglect his cultivation at all. Every night, he would either spend time with Tang Qingyue, Huangfu Yuyan, Shen Mei, and Qingling. On the war god, Ge was the happiest. As long as Li Lingtian was safe, she was the happiest because Li Lingtian could protect her. With Li Lingtian around, no one would dare to bully her. In her heart, Li Lingtian was her guardian angel and she relied on him for everything. While Li Lingtian was recuperating, the wargod's defense array was repaired. However, Li Lingtian still added hundreds of arrays on it. These arrays were specially designed to defend against devil chi attacks. The array masters and the powerhouses on the war god were all aware that Li Lingtian had mastered the devil's cultivation method and were beginning to worry. However, he did not take it to heart later on. In this world, no matter what cultivation technique it was, as long as one cultivated it to the point of becoming powerful, they would be the king. Many humans cultivated the demon clan's cultivation method as well as the infernal clan's cultivation method. It was normal for Li Lingtian to cultivate the infernal clan's cultivation method as long as he was strong enough. As he controlled the canon and the supreme treasure of the devil race, he naturally knew how to defend against the devil chi. The more than 100 new defensive formations were specially designed to resist the attacks of the devil chi. Furthermore, there was a mysterious array formation that was specifically used to collect devil chi. This was also a precaution for Li Lingtian. If he were to encounter a devil powerhouse, he could use the devil chi he collected when he executed the Saint Devil's quintessence to maximize his strength. While cultivating and resting, the war god flew at high speed. In the depths of the sea, there was not a single expert. There were only powerful sea beasts. There was not even a single bird. They all understood that this sea region was boundless, and no expert would dare to come here. It would take a whole year to cross the Ao Shao Sea area, and this was for experts above the martial monarch realm. If a martial monarch realm expert flew in the air, it would take a year to fly continuously. If it was a martial ancestor powerhouse, they would not dare to take the risk to cross the sea. Only a few martial honors and martial emperor powerhouses dared to cross the sea. However, these martial emperor powerhouses also used flying ships to avoid encountering any danger in the sea. If that happened, they would not even be able to find a place to rest. The war god was 200 miles in size. Even a 6th or 7th rank sea beast would avoid it if they saw it. Along the way, the war god didn't suffer any attacks. For 4 months, the war god spent its time in the endless sea. Finally, on this day, the war god arrived on an island. As the war god stabilized itself in the air, Li Lingtian landed with Huangfu Yuyan and the rest to rest on the island for a few days. After all, the surface of the war god wasn't as good as the ground. It was only when one was on solid ground that one would feel safe. We should be arriving at Green Island soon. Let's rest for a few days and then enter the inland of Green Island. Li Lingtian looked up at the sky and saw a martial emperor or grand master hunting demonic beasts and sea beasts from time to time. If a martial emperor or grand master could kill a demonic beast, it meant that they were close to the inner land. This subordinate will first send someone into Green Island to inquire about the situation there. After Yi Feng followed them down, he respectfully agreed to Li Lingtian's arrangement. He then returned to the war god and auctioned off more than 10 martial emperors and 2 supreme realm powerhouses. Such a combination was nothing in the Azure continent, but in the Azure continent, no one dared to provoke them. After all, there were no martial honors in the Azure continent. Even that hermit powerhouse was only at the 2nd level of the supreme realm. Following that, Li Lingtian and the rest rested on the island. With their cultivation base, no one dared to disturb them on the island. Furthermore, the war god in the sky was a huge killing machine. If anyone dared to approach it, they would be wiped out immediately. 5 days later, there were only 3 experts left. 1 martial honor, 2 martial emperors, and the rest were all killed. Young master, the Green Continent is in chaos. On the island, the 3 experts who had returned were all heavily injured. Moreover, they were emitting a faint demonic aura. It was obvious that they had been injured by the demonic aura. Wu Tianyun was the only Supreme Realm expert who had been brought back. It was really unexpected that he was beaten to such a state with his second heaven cultivation. Yi Feng sent them out to gather information. He did not expect such a thing to happen. In Green Continent, the strongest was only at the 2nd level of the Supreme Realm. If 2 Supreme Realm experts and more than 10 martial emperors went to Green Continent, they should be able to sweep through Green Continent. What happened? Li Lingtian looked at Wu Tianyun and asked seriously. As he spoke, he wiped his hand and a frosty ice flame appeared. The frosty ice flame pressed down on Wu Tianyun's wound. Wu Tianyun felt a wave of fear in his heart, but he calmed down. The young master would not punish his subordinates so easily. Naturally, he was not targeting him. Then, he saw the ice flame quickly devour the demonic chi. After the demonic chi was devoured, his injuries could also be stabilized. He only needed to recuperate for a period of time. If there was demonic chi, it would be impossible for him to recuperate. This was the corrosive power of demonic chi. Young master, millions of demons in Yuzhou have already attacked the Green Province. 2 years ago, the 3 empires joined forces to attack Sky Dragon Empire. However, Sky Dragon Empire's Sky Cloud sect had a Sky Cloud battleship, so the 3 empires were unable to wipe out Sky Dragon Empire. However, Yuzhou eliminated the martial emperor powerhouses, destroyed the Heavenly Cloud battleship, and the 3 empires wiped out the Sky Dragon Empire. But for some reason, the 3 empires have fallen out with the Serenity Plains. They didn't let the experts of the Serenity Plains enter the Azure Continent, but the Serenity Plains kept sending experts of the demon race in secret. The 3 empires withdrew from Sky Dragon Empire, and the entire Green Continent joined forces to resist the attack of the demon race. However, for some reason, after a month of fighting, Serenity Plains suddenly attacked. There were more than 100 martial emperors and more than 1,000 martial honors. All the demon race attacked Sky Dragon. The 4 great empires were defeated one after another. The people we sent out to inquire about the news encountered a demon expert. Only the 3 of us managed to escape. Wu Tianyun shared the information he had obtained from his trip, causing Li Lingtian's expression to turn grave. The Green Continent was weak. 1 Supreme Realm expert was enough to sweep across the Green Continent. Now that thousands of Supreme Realm experts and hundreds of Martial Monarch Realm experts had been sent, wouldn't the Green Continent be destroyed? How is Sky Dragon Empire now? Li Lingtian grew anxious. With so many powerhouses attacking the Heavenly Dragon, it would be a complete massacre. Who would be able to stop them? He was most concerned about Tang Zimeng and her parents. Although Sky Cloud Sect and Sky Dragon Empire were very important, how could they be more important than the safety of his parents and wife? I don't know. We didn't even manage to enter the Heavenly Dragon Island. As soon as we entered the Azure Continent, we encountered countless demons who slaughtered the Azure Continent's martial artists. They didn't even spare ordinary people. We only got the news after we rescued these martial artists. In the end, we encountered a 6th-level Supreme Realm expert. Wu Tianyun recounted everything that had happened in the past few days. He was still trembling when he thought of the hundreds of Martial Monarch Realm experts, thousands of Martial Honored Realm experts, and millions of demons in Azure Continent. Young Master, will increase the speed of the War God to its maximum. I believe we'll be back in 2 days. Yi Feng calculated the distance and the War God's speed before he spoke. However, Li Lingtian immediately rejected his suggestion. No, I'm going first. You guys follow me on the War God. Longda, just follow me. Protect young madam and the others. If they lose a single hair, I'll punish you. If you encounter any demons, use the War God to wipe them out. Don't bother them. Go straight to Sky Dragon Empire. Li Lingtian said earnestly as he made arrangements. Be careful. Huangfu Yuyan did not stop Li Lingtian. Instead, she spoke seriously with a concerned expression. I know. You have the most experience. I'll leave this place to you. Li Lingtian nodded and gently caressed Huangfu Yuyan's face with a look of pity. Lingtian, be careful, husband, take care. Will wait for you, big brother, you are the most powerful, Ge's guardian. Ge believes that you will definitely sweep away the demons, young master, don't worry, Qingling will take good care of Ge and the others. The girls returned to the war god and shouted as they watched Li Lingtian and Long Da's disappearing figures. At that moment, Li Lingtian and Long Da had already disappeared from the sky. With Li Lingtian's cultivation base and the power of the thunderclap wings, he was faster than a martial emperor powerhouse's teleportation. Long Da also used the dragon tribe's powerful physique to fly through the sky. Chapter 417, The Mysterious Old Man. Qingzhou had been peaceful for thousands of years. However, a few years ago, the demons secretly invaded the Green Continent. The three empires were used by the demons of the Serenity Plains to attack the Sky Dragon Empire. Who would have thought that Sky Dragon Empire would have such a heaven-defying genius? Li Lingtian, a Sky Cloud sect disciple, rose to prominence and single-handedly challenged a martial grandmaster or martial emperor. He had become Sky Dragon Empire's #1 genius at the age of 17. With his powerful strength and intelligence, he swept across Green Island and was invincible wherever he went. After forcing back the Sky Dragon Empire's powerful enemies and extorting the three empires, 10 supreme martial emperors and the demon race's martial-honored powerhouses finally killed Li Lingtian in secret. The final blow triggered the god's wrath and Li Lingtian vanished into thin air. He had thought that the Green Continent would calm down, but he had not expected that the three empires would not give up. They had attacked Sky Dragon Empire and destroyed it. The demons had invaded. They had no choice but to withdraw from Sky Dragon Empire. The four empires and some hermit experts from Green Continent had to resist the attack of the demons in Serenity Plains. However, the power of Green Continent was too weak. Green Continent, which could be swept away by a martial honor, had thousands of martial honors, martial emperors, and hundreds of martial emperor powerhouses. Green Continent did not have the slightest ability to resist. The invasion of Yozhou's experts and the dispatch of such a powerful lineup puzzled the world. The four empires were facing terrifying enemies, and countless humans were being slaughtered. The Sky Dragon Empire was even more so. More than half of the demons were gathered in the Sky Dragon Empire. The Sky Dragon Empire had fallen, and all the experts had come to the Sky Cloud Sect's Sky Screen Mountain Range. Currently, the Sky Screen Mountain Range had almost become the gathering place for Sky Dragon Empire's powerhouses. In the Divine Cloud Palace, Grand Elder Ling Mingho's expression was grave. Moreover, all the powerhouses present had injuries on their bodies and looked extremely miserable. Sky Dragon Empire has already fallen. The demons of Yuzhou have invaded. It's impossible for us to escape from Qingzhou. Ling Mingho said seriously. In front of countless martial honors and martial emperors, they could even encounter martial emperor powerhouses at any time. How could some martial ancestors and martial emperors escape Azure Continent? Even if it was here, it would be destroyed in an instant. This year, the Green Continent was in chaos. The Heavenly Dragon was attacked. Now, the country was destroyed, and countless experts had disappeared. Brother Ling is right. We can't escape or fight now. We can only wait for death. Why did the demons of Yuzhou province attack the Green province so wantonly? Is there any treasure in Green province that is worth attacking? Our Green province is a poor place with few resources. Compared to the Yuzhou province, it's a remote place. I think the Yuzhou province wants something important here, but we don't know about it. Countless martial monarchs and martial supremacies have surrounded Sky Cloud Sect. There are still more than 40 martial emperors. Even if we escape, we won't stand a chance. All of a sudden, all the experts were discussing animatedly. Those who could come to the Divine Cloud Palace were all martial arts grandmasters and martial emperors. The martial emperors and martial arts grandmasters here were all the remnants of the entire Sky Dragon Empire. In the face of an unrivaled expert, no matter how many people there were, no matter how much attention they paid, it would be useless. The Yuzhou demons didn't even consider the above conditions and simply slaughtered them. Sky Peak was extremely quiet. In the Sky Pavilion, a beautiful girl was staring at the sky. There was no change in her expression. Her small hand was supporting her chin. This situation had been the same for the past few years. Almost half of the time every day, she saw this kind of scenery. The young girl did not speak. She just looked at the sky as if there was something she liked in the sky. Even during the chaos of the Green Continent and the invasion of the demons, the girl's expression did not change at all, as if this world did not belong to her. "Miss, go back and rest." At this moment, a girl dressed as a maid walked up to him and called out softly. How long has it been?" The beautiful girl was naturally Tang Zimeng. When she spoke, she was also very calm. She was no longer as happy and lively as before. "Miss, it's already been 4 years." Qing Ping said seriously. Her young miss's words had become a habit for the past 4 years. Ever since Li Lingtian was killed by the light of God's wrath and vanished into thin air, the young lady's face had lost its smile. She was no longer the lively young lady she used to be. In the Sky Pavilion, Lu Suifeng and his wife, Tang Zimeng, Qingping, and Xiao Xiao were present. Although a few years had passed, this place was still quiet. It was like a paradise, and no one came to disturb it. The invasion of the demons had already surrounded Sky Cloud's sect, but they did not make a move. This puzzled countless experts. Days passed. On this day, the peaceful Sky Cloud sect was suddenly filled with monstrous demonic qi. The shocking demonic qi rolled over from the sky as countless demons rushed over. In the sky, there were hundreds of martial honors, thousands of martial emperors and martial grandmasters, and more importantly, there were 17 martial emperor powerhouses. Divine Wind, come out. As long as you open the demon's sealing God array, the millions of demons in Green Continent will leave Green Continent and return you Green Continent. At this moment, a thunder-like voice exploded. A giant devil floated in the air, and its entire body was filled with shocking demonic qi. Countless experts of Sky Cloud's sect were killed by the demonic qi. Every second, countless martial artists died. In the face of the demonic qi, even martial kings had no chance of resisting. The giant demons were the 3 most powerful demons among the 47 martial monarch realm experts. They had already reached the 6th heaven of the martial monarch realm. The Serenity Plains had sent out such a powerful demon race just for one thing. Who is the Divine Phoenix? Is the Serenity Plains here for the Divine Wind? What happened? Could it be that this is the only excuse to attack and destroy the Azure Continent? That if you want to kill, then kill. Why are you looking for an excuse? Countless experts from the Divine Cloud Palace had already come out. Although they were all martial arts grandmasters and martial emperors, there were still hundreds of them. The hermit experts who were usually invisible were also gathered here. Even if there were so many martial arts grandmasters and martial emperors, the other party only needed one martial honor to wipe out all the experts in a moment. Moreover, the other party had hundreds of Supreme Realm experts and dozens of Martial Monarch Realm experts. Who else could resolve this crisis? Even the forces of the Azure Continent and the Black Continent could not resolve this crisis. Rumble. Rumble. Between heaven and earth, a terrifying demonic aura pressed down. Even if they did not make a move, the demonic aura pressure of a martial supreme and martial emperor was enough to kill all the powerhouses of Sky Dragon Empire. Countless martial artists were corroded and killed by the demonic qi. Even martial kings could only circulate their cultivation techniques to resist. If they were not careful, they would be crushed to death by the demonic chi in the sky. The Sky Cloud sect experts were helpless as they watched countless disciples being killed by the demonic chi. Divine Wind, if you don't come out, everyone in Sky Dragon Empire will be destroyed and become puppets. The giant demon Aoli looked at the humans who were dying like ants and revealed an excited smile. He looked at the depths of Sky Cloud sect coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, all the martial emperors and martial supremacies exploded with their might. The shocking demonic chi pressed down again. Instantly, countless martial artists were killed instantly. Martial kings could not resist at all. Even martial grandmasters could only use their cultivation techniques to resist the corrosion of the demonic chi. Aren't you afraid of the divine martial continent's annihilation? A faint old voice rang out. An old man appeared in the air. No one knew how he came, nor did anyone know who this old man was. Countless martial artists and demons looked at the old man in the air, puzzled. Divine Wind, it's him. Two voices shouted out. One was the martial emperor powerhouse of the devil race, and the other was Ling Mingho. Brother Ling, you know him? A fifth-level martial emperor looked at the old man in the sky and asked Ling Mingho. The other warriors looked at Ling Mingho. Who was this old man? Could it be that the demons of Serenity Plains were here for this old man? It was too far-fetched to destroy the Green Continent for an old man without any cultivation base. No, this old man didn't have any cultivation. How could he fly and float in the air? Countless experts were puzzled. I don't know him either. He's just an ordinary old man cleaning the Sky Cloud Sect's library. He's in charge of some skills. How can he be a divine wind? Ling Haoming was shocked in his heart. This old man was the old man in the library pavilion. He didn't expect that such an old man was actually the divine wind that the fiend race powerhouse mentioned. How is that possible? Since he's someone from your library pavilion, how can you not know his background? Could it be that you called an unknown person to guard the library pavilion? For a moment, all the experts were in disbelief. Not only did they not believe it, even the experts of Sky Cloud sect would not believe it. He has always been in the library pavilion. When I was still a warrior, he was already there. Even after so many years, he would still be there. Ling Haoming also felt that something was wrong. This old man had been in the library when he was a warrior. He didn't expect that after a few hundred years, he had already become the sect master, even the supreme elder, and now the martial emperor. However, this old man was still the same as before. Not to mention his cultivation strength, just his lifespan was terrifying. All the warriors saw Ling Mingho's confusion and believed that Ling Mingho didn't know anything. They all looked up at the sky and resisted the erosion of the demonic chi. Since when has our Yuzhou province ever been afraid of being killed by other humans? Open the demon god's sealing formation and I can spare your life. Ali the giant demon said loudly, but his expression became a little serious. Others might not know, but he knew how terrifying this old man was. So you knew that I was here. No wonder you attacked Green Island with great fanfare. It's impossible for you to expect me to open the demon's sealing god array. The old man said indifferently. The old man, who seemed to have no cultivation at all, had an incomparably sharp gaze. Wherever his gaze passed, countless powerful demons could only lower their heads and did not dare to meet his gaze. Countless warriors were shocked by this situation. They didn't know where this old man came from. He actually wanted the Serenity Plains to send so many experts to attack the Green Plains. Chapter 418, Divine Wind Martial Saint. Junior, get out of my sight. The old man said coldly. His aura erupted from his entire body. He was no longer that unremarkable little old man, but a super expert. The shocking aura tore apart the endless demonic chi. Countless powerful demons were also frightened and quickly retreated 2 meters, looking at the old man in shock. Divine Wind Martial Saint, one of the 10 great martial saints of the Divine Continent. You're indeed powerful. However, your current cultivation is only at the 7th Heaven Martial Emperor realm, right? After a while, Aoli said loudly. The other martial emperors could also see the cultivation of Divine Wind. It was only at the 7th Heaven of the Martial Emperor realm. Although it was powerful, it could be subdued by millions of devil race experts, martial emperors, and martial venerables. If this Divine Wind's cultivation had recovered, they could only escape. But now, they were no longer afraid. Divine Wind Martial Saint, one of the 10 martial saints of the Divine Continent, that it's the Divine Wind Martial Saint of the 10 great martial saints of the Divine Continent. Why is he here in the Green Continent? Martial Saint. Why did a martial saint come to the Azure Continent? All of a sudden, countless experts in Sky Cloud sect were shocked. It turned out that the target of Serenity Plains was the Divine Wind Martial Saint, one of the 10 martial saints of the Divine Continent. Why did the Divine Wind Martial Saint hide in Sky Cloud sect for so many years? A martial saint had caused the destruction of the Azure Continent. This was too unjust. Judging from the situation, the Holy Wind Martial Saint's cultivation was only at the 7th Heaven Martial Emperor realm. Why was a martial saint powerhouse only at the 7th Heaven Martial Emperor realm? Countless questions appeared in the hearts of the Sky Cloud sect experts. However, at this moment, they had no chance to think at all because they had to resist the corrosion of the demonic chi. Divine Wind, do you think you're still a martial saint, that you were injured by the Demon Lord? With your current cultivation, do you still have a chance to defeat us? The giant demon Aoli laughed loudly, pointing at the numerous demon experts behind him with one hand. Everyone naturally knew that even if a martial emperor blocked it, it was impossible for him to be a match for so many martial emperors and martial venerables. In this place, there were 2 6th Heaven martial emperors and the rest were at the 1st and 2nd Heaven. Even with such a combination, it would be easy for them to kill a 7th Heaven martial emperor. Moreover, the battle between the demon race's martial emperor and the human powerhouses was enough to destroy the world. All the powerhouses in the Sky Dragon Empire would be implicated. Even if the Divine Wind Martial Saint won this battle, the Sky Dragon Empire would be destroyed. Then let's try. The Divine Wind Martial Saint's expression kept changing. The other party was right. His cultivation was only at the 7th Heaven of the Martial Emperor realm and his injuries were severe. He could not defeat so many Martial Emperor demons. Although he was only a 7th Heaven Martial Monarch realm expert, with his experience and methods as a martial saint, he did not care about these things. The only thing the demons cared about was the martial artists behind them. If he was no match for them in a great battle, he could escape, but all the warriors of Green Island would be destroyed. At this time, he could not hesitate anymore. With a wave of his hand, a shocking spiritual energy suddenly spun and bombarded countless demons. Rumble. With an explosion, all the martial emperors and martial honored realm experts dodged. However, countless demons below the martial emperor realm were not killed. The power of a 7th Heaven martial emperor expert, the experience and means of a martial saint, was earth-shattering with just one strike. The Sky Dragon Empire's experts were terrified as they watched. They did not know that a martial emperor expert was so terrifying. During this period of time, although the Azure Continent had been destroyed, the martial emperor powerhouses of the demon race had never made a move. Only a few martial honor powerhouses had made a move. When the martial honor powerhouses attacked, they could destroy the world. No one dared to resist. They did not even have the chance to escape. Rumble, rumble, rumble. When the battle began, the Divine Wind Martial Saint killed hundreds and thousands of demons with each strike. Even the experts of the martial sect and martial emperor realm disappeared in an instant. Seeing the power of the 7th level martial emperor realm, dozens of martial emperors and hundreds of martial honors kept flashing. They did not fight the Divine Wind because they wanted the demons to consume the true origin of the Divine Wind. However, in front of a 7th level martial emperor, there were times when it was too late to dodge. In just a few breaths, 3 martial emperors were killed and hundreds of revered martial artists were defeated. He won't be able to hold on for long if we use the array formation. Osho shouted loudly. They were both at the 6th heaven of the martial emperor realm, and with the addition of Aoli, the two of them were not afraid at all. Looking at the attacks of the divine wind, although each attack was destructive, the two of them could see that the divine wind was also the end of the strong attack. Their injuries had relapsed, and they could not hold on for long. As he spoke, he unleashed a shocking demonic aura to destroy the experts of Sky Dragon Empire. They could not deal with the 7th heaven, but they could easily kill the martial arts grandmasters and martial emperors of Sky Dragon Empire. In an instant, countless demons fell, and countless experts died. On the sky peak, Tang Zimeng and Lu Suifeng were looking at the demonic qi between heaven and earth. The formation was resisting the demonic qi, but it couldn't hold on for long. Even if the demons didn't do anything, the formation wouldn't last long and would be broken. They were extremely shocked and they saw the battle between the martial emperor powerhouses. In the past, no one had seen a battle between martial honors. Even a battle between martial emperors was rare. They did not expect so many martial emperors and martial honors to appear. The battle was completely like a battle between gods and demons. At this moment, the mighty divine wind spat out a mouthful of blood. It clutched its chest in pain, its face pale. The dozen or so attacks had killed countless demons, but they were of no use at all. Even if he continued to kill, it was not something he could deal with alone. If this continued, even if he was not injured, his true essence would be exhausted. At that time, Azure Continent would also be destroyed. Divine Wind Martial Saint, so that's all you're capable of, do it, destroy it. Aoli laughed out loud when he saw the Divine Wind's injury return. In this situation, as long as he could hold the Divine Wind back, he would be able to completely wipe it out. Then, he would be able to kill the divine wind and activate the demon sealing god formation. Rumble, 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 ah. Explosions rang out, and the world collapsed. Countless screams sounded. Sky Dragon Empire's martial artists continued to die. The divine wind was also surrounded by all the martial monarch realm experts and bombarded continuously. Even if the divine wind had the means of a martial saint, the treasures of a martial saint, and the heaven-ranked divine power of a martial saint, his cultivation was only at the martial monarch realm. He could only be attacked by all the martial monarch realm experts for a moment. The world was filled with pitch-black demonic qi. The entire green island was completely enveloped by demonic qi. At this moment, 10,000 miles away from Sky Cloud Sect, two figures tore through space. Wherever they passed, they brought with them a shocking gale that tore through space. Boom, roar. A white-robed youth and a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's body swayed, and he instantly transformed into a 100-meter-long flying dragon. A shocking dragon aura and wisps of poisonous fog continuously corroded the demonic aura in the world. Countless demons looked at the approaching figures from afar and rushed forward without hesitation. However, they were bombarded by destructive attacks. Hundreds of martial arts grandmasters and martial emperors disappeared in an instant. The 100-year-old young man was Li Lingtian. He was a giant flying dragon and naturally, he was Longda. The two of them continued to display their most terrifying speed and arrived at Sky Dragon Empire in just a day. After a short while, they arrived at Sky Dragon City. However, Sky Dragon City had long been destroyed. The two of them did not hesitate at all and ignored the other demons. They quickly flew towards Sky Cloud Sect, hoping to see that Sky Cloud Sect still existed. The two figures did not stop for even a second after killing all the demons that blocked them. Wherever they passed, the wind tore through countless martial arts grandmasters and martial emperors. Roar, roar. Li Lingtian watched the battle in the distance and watched the countless powerhouses fall. He knew that Sky Cloud Sect had not disappeared yet, but it was only a matter of time. A roar that was like the roar of a dragon shook the space. The roar caused the hearts of countless demons to tremble. This furious roar made countless demons feel the monstrous anger of the owner of the voice. Long De was also enraged. Li Ling Tian was his master, and it was only natural that he would not feel good when he saw his master's rage. Rumble, rumble. Li Ling Tian flew at high speed while he casually swung the heaven and earth conflagration and earth crushing in his hand. These skills would be useless against martial venerables and martial emperors. However, against a large group of martial emperors, these skills were definitely the most powerful. Large swaths of demons were destroyed. Long Da's huge body directly entered the demons. His body swayed, and countless demons were turned into ashes. Ah! An earth-shattering roar and a towering rage rose to the sky. This commotion was also noticed by the Sky Cloud Sect's warriors and demons in front. All the demons and experts looked at the destructive rain of fire in the sky and the earth-shattering destructive power. They were all shocked. What kind of expert could have such a powerful attack and such anger? There was no martial monarch realm expert among the human powerhouses in Green Continent, but such a destructive attack had appeared. The thunderclap wings on Li Lingtian's shoulder flashed and he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in midair. Then, his body flashed again and he disappeared. It's the thunderclap wings. Why do you have the thunderclap wings? This is young noble Ling Tian's thunderclap wings. Wasn't he destroyed by the light of divine wrath? Countless Sky Dragon Empire experts saw the thunderclap wings on the back of the figure in the sky. This thunderclap wings was unique and was also the treasure of that legendary figure. However, that legendary figure had been killed by the god's fury light a few years ago. How did the thunderclap wings appear here? That I knew it was impossible for you to die. At this moment, the Holy Wind Martial Saint who was besieged and injured laughed out loud. He laughed so excitedly that it made people's hearts tremble. As soon as he finished speaking, the figure in the air appeared again. He floated steadily in the air, and there was no emotion in his eyes. Destructive explosions kept coming from afar. With every explosion, countless martial emperors and martial supremes died. However, that destructive existence did not tremble at all. It quickly rushed towards Sky Cloud Sect and killed a bloody path. Wherever it passed, whether it was a martial emperor, a martial supreme, or even a martial emperor, they could only be killed. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.